First wave on their way right now, and they are charging. Who is that? Leading the way right there. Geez, that car is flying right there.
281.
There's Tanner Thompson. We see him in that group right there. Tanner Thompson, a Mid-America Outdoors ambassador also. The Thompson family is awesome, and they're out here full-blown having another big season of racing. Excited to see what Tanner does this year. Last year he was fast, and it's going to be even better this year. There you see the top four going around. Our leader is absolutely checked out.
Hey, Matt, just found out that Code St. Peter's got motor issues, so he's not.
Code is not out there.
He
He got some motor issues over here, and that's a bummer. Never like to hear that. I know how Tom St. Peter feels about that stuff, and I'm sure they're over there at the pits right now working super hard to get that all dialed. So Youth 250 modified on the track right now.
Oh, our leader's checked out already. Another one of those guys just pulled out to a full straightaway lead from the rest of the pack, and then second, third, and fourth. Great battle, man. Side by side, bumper to bumper.
Yeah, these kids, they're going to stack it in tight, and they're going to battle it out hard. There's a Team 360 car up there in the mix, right up towards the front, I believe. That's going to be Kennedy Singleton. Right there, you see heading to the MRT finish line on the gas, looking super good out there on the track. So right now, we've got Declan Shields with a 115. A 115. Second place driver on the tracks with a 1.23. So our top driver right now, Declan Shields, is on the gas, absolutely holding it to the floor, trying to get this win, come back in the main with the best gate pick, and have a great main. So Yoshimoto with a 114 right there. So Yoshimoto turning in a heater right there. So Yoshimoto, Shields, and Graham, and then there's Singleton and Sides. Round out your top five right there. So this is Youth 250 modified. So 114.150, the fastest lap on the track right now from Yoshimoto. So great driving out there right now. 115.146 for Shields and a 120.398 for Graham. We got one
just
spinning around. There we go.
Sky zone.
Oh, spin around one more time. How about that? Back pointed in the right direction.
No harm there. Nothing got hurt.
And there you see on board following Yoshimoto, looking really sharp right there, coming around the track. Youth 250 modified action right now. If you're at home watching,
this is a pretty large class.
We are coming down. Yeah, we're coming down to the end of our youth classes. We're about to jump out of our sportsman stuff. We're going to jump into these upper classes. Next, we got Vet NA coming up. It's going to be a fun one.
This could be kind of interesting because we've only done the rolling start, I think, twice.
Yep, last year.
Last year.
And it was mainly for pros.
And it was for pros only.
Yep.
In fact, I think it was just, NA and Turbo.
Yep.
And they only did it twice as well. They didn't kind of do a practice lap or anything like that.
Nope.
So it's going to be really interesting to see how some of these classes in the amateur ranks handle a rolling start like that. I don't think they've ever done it in any series.
Rolling starts are super cool. I think it's something that we're going to add in absolutely as a safety aspect in this. The rolling starts are, they're designed to keep everybody from getting any issues in that land rush start. So that'll be really cool to see. It'll be super safe. It looks like we had a couple of cars that are late entries jumping in out here on the track.
Now, see, I'm a huge fan of the land rush start.
Yeah.
Who's going to be the first one to lift?
Yeah.
You don't have to go floor to the, pedal to the metal all the way into turn one.
That's right.
You kind of have to, every once in a while you got to lift, but it's an ego thing. Who wants a whole shot at land rush start? It is such a huge ego thing.
Yeah, getting a whole shot is definitely a super cool feeling for sure. And you know what else is a super cool feeling? Knowing that the white flag is out.
Flag's coming
You're almost
out, yeah.
done. And
we got one car stopped
hopefully
right
you're going to be in that top spot. So Yoshimoto, Shields, and Singleton right now, 1, 2, and 3 as far as times on the track. It looks like the 228 right there having some issues on the side of the track. There comes the caution flag. You'll see the team out on the track waving that yellow caution. That's a local caution, so drivers will have to slow down, safely go around. And that's your leader. That was your leader that's actually having the issues right now on the track. So that's Yoshimoto, it looks like. Not what you want to have happen, but like we said, this is just your Heat 1, so they'll get that car fixed hopefully and be back out in the mains. We definitely know that Yoshimoto was pushing that car to the limits. They were on the gas right there, trying to turn in some heaters and get that good gate pick for the main coming up here in just a little bit.
Well, there's been another car come to the stop just across from the start-finish line for the last 3/4 of a lap. So that has slowed things down as well.
So we'll have to make sure we get these drivers. Looks like there's Code St. Peter, so it looks like he finally got that car going. He's up into the 11th spot right now on the track, so not sure what happened right there. But at least Code is out there. He's getting points right now, and he will not be starting at the back of the pack in the main. There you see him charging right there. Watching him on screen, Code knows how to drive that car. I don't think he knows how to do anything but push his foot all the way through the floor, because he sure is fast in that thing.
He's fast in every single car he's behind the wheel of.
That's right. Checkered flag waving. Code St. Peter through the MRT finish line. So it looks like.
Was he able to put in a good lap?
Shields, Sides, Thompson. Code's going to have his best lap with looks like a 128.7. So that's going to put him in that 11th spot. But it looks like Shields, Sides, Thompson is going to be 1, 2, and 3 on the track. So big shout out to Tanner Thompson, too, Mid-America Outdoors ambassador. That was a great, great drive for him, putting himself in a great position for the main coming up. Yeager, Coach, Yoshimoto, Singleton, Flores, Fagan, Graham, St. Peter, Ledbetter, Dowden, Wilson, and Berza is the way that it rounds out. We got Pam Hall right now with Flores up there. Let's go take it away, Pam.
Day.
Who do you want to thank for getting you out here at the racetrack this weekend?
My mom and dad.
Awesome. Well, we just heard it right here from Maggie Flores. Good luck out there today. Hope you go out there and show these people what you're all about.
Okay.
All right, Matt, Scott, back to you.
Thanks, Pam. We're back. Scott, are you ready to jump in to some of this big car action with these vet classes?
Oh, vets, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm an old guy now. I've been for a while.
You want to know something?
I'm a vet.
How old do you think I am?
You told me, so that's not fair.
I did. So you know what that means, though.
You're a vet, too.
I'm a vet, too. That's right. Last year we hinted around everybody that I might make a vet class entry this year. Still could happen. Lots of season left, you know.
Please.
But more than likely not.
Yeah.
My spot's up here with you guys. That's where I'll be. But the vet NA class coming up next. Don't let the word vet fool you. These are super fast drivers.
Well, speaking of that, let's talk about that class. What exactly is a vet?
So a vet is an older gentleman such as yourself. No, I'm just kidding. A vet is anyone past a certain age. You can race a vet class. At these vet classes, it would be a 40 and up vet class. So all of these drivers are going to be at that age limit. You're going to see some guys out here
is there
that
a vet class?
There's not a vet class.
I think I'd be in that
You'd
one.
be in that class?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think you'd probably do pretty good. You'd be front of the pack, you know.
Because somebody be pushing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, real quick, before we jump into this vet NA, we're going to send it to a quick break from our partners, and we'll be right back.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. victoriously.
Get it, boys.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
And we're back once again. It's round one. It's the St. Patrick's Day weekend breakout here at AOE. Again, I'm Scott Rain for the final time this morning.
That's right.
Matt Edmondson for the final time this morning.
That's right.
Because we got one more race in the sportsman ranks.
That's right.
And we've been talking a little bit about it in the vet NA class. What size motors? What are these things?
So these are going to be 1,000 cc probably cars. Most of these cars are going to be NA cars, non-turbos. So basically all these cars are going to be alike, and we're going to see some action. We're going to see some super fast cars. They're not going to be putting in the speeds of the turbo car, obviously, but these are going to be super fast drivers. This vet class there's no slouches in any of these classes.
I can't help but think it's like when you get to be a certain age, you don't take guff from anybody.
Yeah.
You just don't care.
Yeah.
You've got no filter, whatever you want to call it. And I have a funny feeling from what we've seen in the past last year, there's a little bit of that going on the track.
There is.
And it kind of carries over to off the track.
That's right.
And I just wonder with some of these brand new cars, brand new looks, brand new wraps, really nice looking cars, and veterans, if we're going to see any of that today.
You know, I definitely think so. I definitely think that, we keep talking about this theme. It's the first race. It's 2023. It's setting off the season. I think some people are going to make some statements, And so I'm super excited. We don't have much time left. They're getting ready down at the starting line, so we're going to send it down that way. And this is your vet NA class. They're on the line, ready to go. Mitch Truitt, Jeff Johnson, Jeff Bear, Austin Sides, Rick Schroeder, Terry Lackey, and Todd Rimmereed all ready to do battle right now. So excited to see this one. The Rimmereeds, big MAO ambassadors, and here they come right now, your vet NA drivers. Let's see who it's going to be. They go up the hill.
That big old splash of mud in that one spot where the water's draining across the track, it just hosed
Yeah, you definitely want to get in front for that, for sure. Look at that right now. Everybody's clean through the first corners. Looking good right there.
That
looks like,
I think? Is it?
I definitely see Truitt out there in that car. I see Rimmereed.
He's been all over the country
racing. We're going to get some transponder readings. Yeah, Rimmereed, the younger son, Tyler did a great job at KOH, finished that car. He got out there, put in a great run. We got to see him do work out there at King of Hammers, and now he's right here running the short course.
What a great father-son relationship.
Yeah, father-son, all of them out here working. There's a lot of that out here. There's a lot of families of racing families that'll be here this weekend. You'll see moms and daughters, fathers and sons. Everybody will be out here having a good time. But right now, check it out, Vet NA.
I really like the change in that track right there.
Yeah, tons of speed coming out of that back section right there. It sets you up to hit this big tabletop right here and just hold it to the floor. And there you see that Ultimax tabletop there headed into the spillway. And I like this. We got a battle right now, third and fourth. They're keeping it super tight right there. That looks like it's going to be Barrett and Sides. So as you can see right there, they're going to go to the inside right there. Looks like Sides trying to make the move on Barrett does. So Barrett's going to get outside in that fluff, a little overshooting that right there. But look at this right here. Barrett is on the gas. Barrett's going to try to make a move now on Johnson. So Lackey, my man Lackey out front, just clicking off laps, leading the way, showing us how to get it done. So there's Lackey, Sides, and Schroeder. Lackey with a 146.7. There's Sides just right behind him. It looks like he ran a 147, I believe, on that one. Yeah, 147.9 and a 148.2 for Schroeder. So 1, 2, and 3 on the track. Lackey, Sides, and Schroeder. Oh, look at that bicycle action with a save right there.
Yeah,
nice save.
Job. Wow.
Yeah, what a drive right there. That looks like that's Lackey. What? He rode that bicycle out for a long ways.
Joey Chitwood wannabe.
Very nice driving right there. So Rimmer Reed moves into the top spot. Lackey drops back into that second position. There's Sides in third. Schroeder in fourth.
They head up the hill.
Vet 40 plus NA. I like that back section. The new changes this year for that back section is definitely fun.
A little straight, then jump again 3 times. And basically, it doesn't seem like you have to lift it all from the top of the hill all the way down the straightaway.
Yeah, you can definitely just hold it pinned back there. It's got to be cool coming off that top side, dropping down in there and feeling that lift in your belly as you go down that hill. But Rimmer Reed showing us how to get it done right now out there. Great driving right there for Todd. Lackey back out there charging. So 144.258 for Todd Rimmery. That's a strong lap time in this Vet 40 plus NA. Lackey charging, trying to get back up there. There you see some battling at the front. 1 and 2, Rimmery and Lackey.
You got to give that
2 more laps to go. We're going to see who can do it. This is just the heats of the day, and we're already seeing some good battles. So I'm excited for the mains coming up here in a bit. But right now, it's Rimmery, Sides, and Lackey. There's Johnson in fourth, Schroeder in fifth.
I got to give credit to Rimmery, man.
Right here.
In just two straight weekends, he went from racing on a on a frozen lake on ice.
That's right.
And then a week later, he was racing in the desert on rocks.
That's right. They do it all.
Talk about a different context of surfaces, and got to give him credit, man. He did well at both.
Yeah, the preparation and doing all these different types of events and things like that, it takes a lot of work, takes a lot of time.
On the same car.
Yeah, on the same car. And they've done a great job transitioning to and from each of these different types of races or the types of weather. Look at this, bumper to bumper. Rimmery and Sides up there. Sides is pushing just a little bit, letting Rimmery know he's back there. Now he's dropped back just a little bit. Rimmery's got a little bit of a gap right now.
Well, it's kind of like Sides has to back up a little bit to get a run at it.
Well, you know, it looks to me like Sides is probably faster than the corners. So he's catching him in the corners, and Rimmery's able to pull him in the straights, as you can see right here. We'll see if that holds true. It looks like no gap changes. They come in that Ultimax tabletop and then into the Ultimax spillway. But watch what happens when we hit these corners right here, Scott. I believe you're going to see that Sides is going to tighten up the gap quite a bit right here in the corners. He goes a little bit wide into that corner right there, gets into the fluff. It's going to slow down some of that traction, and it looks like it's going to give Rimmery a little bit of a gap coming in the MRT finish line. Not much time left. This is going to be, I believe, 1 lap remaining as they come through right here. So white flag is out. So you got Rimmery and Sides. Last lap action. Let's see if Sides can make any changes here. About a 1 second gap between himself and Rimmery. So 150.3 to a 151.03 between the two right there on lap times. And they are super close coming down that hill. We're going to watch this battle all the way to the checkers, it looks like.
Not close enough to make an attempt, but it's going to have to be on a
let's watch
run. He's going to have to make a run at it. You're not going to drag race him up into the corner, drag race him out of the corner. You got to make a pass with momentum and speed that's built up.
One of the things we saw just a minute ago, Scott, in that back section of the track, we saw that Sides was literally on the rear bumper of Rimmery coming through. So we'll see if this is a section
There he
where
is again. Same thing,
picking up
same
some
spot.
speed through that rhythm section. It looks like back there. He's able to close that gap.
He's able to outbrake going into the corner.
That's right. You can see the front of that car. There they are, super close. He's going to have to get a little bit closer than that if he's going to make this move coming up in these next sections. But I'm telling you, if you're at home watching right now.
Reed opened the door to the outside.
So they're almost side by side coming in. I want you guys to keep paying attention to this last corner before you hit that MRT finish line. That's where you're going to see some things happen right here. If I was a betting man, I would say that Sides is going to try to close this gap up a little bit.
No, watch.
He's going to try to go outside and dive hard inside in that last corner. We're going to see if he's close enough,
very,
though.
very close.
He's got to get closer if it's going to work. There you're going to see it. He's going to come over the top of this. There you see your 1 and 2. He's going to dive. Watch this. He's going to try to dive. Oh, he's going to try to go around the outside. Not the move. Todd Rimmereed holds on through the checkered flag. So you got Rimmereed, Sides, Lackey, Johnson, Schroeder, Truitt, and Barrett. That is your Vet 40 Plus NA. What a race right there. That was awesome, Scott. I had a good time calling that one.
Yeah, that was that just makes me get more anxious for the main event.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Well, we're getting ready for Scott and myself to do a change out up here. We're going to bring in the second half of our crew for the day, right?
Yeah.
And that'll be fun. We'll be back here in just a bit, and we'll jump back in with you guys. But, man, what a bunch of great racing this morning. So now we've got our Vet 40 Plus NA results on your screen. There you see Todd Rimmereed, Austin Sides, Terry Lackey, Jeff Johnson, Rick Schroeder, Mitch Truitt, and Jeff Barrett. 1 through 7 right there. And that was a great, great race right there. Now you see our next class already lining up. But Tiffany with Mr. Rimmereed. Take it away.
All right. Congratulations to you. We're here. You got the heat race done for round 1. Talk to me how you're feeling right now.
I'm feeling great, man. The car feels great. I got a little more speed in it. I was just kind of trying to drive safe. My spotter's like, he's right on your butt. He's right on your butt. So I could feel him coming, and I'm just glad to finish the first race on top.
Awesome. Well, I know that you got a little bit of time before we head back over there. Good to chat with you. I'm going to let you out there, and then I hope you have a great main. Round 1 is just stacked field, especially for your class in that Vet 40. So good to have you out here, Todd.
Thank you. Got to go watch my son race twice now.
Awesome. Best of luck to you. We'll talk to you. And back up to you guys. We are going to take a little commercial break and see you in just a little bit.
No matter what, it's never an easy event, and it never will be, and that's what makes King of the Hammers King of the Hammers. Tire choice is everything. I mean, to have a tire that's reliable and consistent and drives well out in the desert, but yet when we get to these crazy rock sections, still has grip and performs, and we can hit these sharp, jagged edge rocks and not have a problem, is what we need. And the Rockzilla is definitely our second to none when it comes to the UTV tires. And it just speaks traction. It's got big lugs hanging off the side. It's got big lugs down the side of the sidewall of the tire. If you're gonna look for something that makes traction and is gonna grip and rocks and dirt and everything, you look at a Rockzilla and go, man, that thing looks like it's gonna do the job right there.
Awesome. Hey guys, Welcome, Pam. We're ready to go racing here. Welcome to Mid-America Outdoors. This, of course, is St. Patrick's Day Spring Breakout. We are ready to rock and roll here. We'll cover the last 6 categories here today. We're going to have the pros coming up here in just a little bit, including Pro NA, which is coming up next. So we've got some heavy hitters, ladies and gentlemen, and I would tell everybody here that are watching, everybody on the grounds as well, Ken Stout, by the way, and Pam Hall, but we have the Pro Turbo class coming up at the end of the day, which is as stacked as anything I've seen in this country ever. I mean, some real players here, as you know, Pam, and super excited to watch that one go down.
Yes, they've all been talking about that as well. Everyone's going, oh my gosh, this pro class this year, it's going to be one to watch. You're going to definitely want to be watching it for sure. Last year it was a heavy hitter class. This year, I mean, you have the Millers, you have Cheney, you have Cashley Croy, who's now, in the pro class, but all of these. Am I live
There
now?
you go. All right, now we can hear you.
I was chatting away here to myself.
You did a great job. I could hear you.
I know you and I were having a great conversation. No, I just switched over from over at the off the track interviews, but no, this class, this pro class at the end of the day, you're right, the heavy hitters in it. But we have so many other races that are going on right before that our classes are growing, and they're growing fast.
A ton of turbo classes coming our way. We'll kick things off here with Pro NA, and NA standing for naturally aspirated, so no power adders there, no turbos are allowed, no nitrous, no superchargers, just all motor, if you will. So we'll look forward to watching them get at it. 1,650 minimum pounds, or 1,650 is the minimum weight here, as we try to talk in this frigid cold.
I know, our hands are frozen.
It is brisk here, ladies and gentlemen. As you can tell by the way we are dressed here, it was I think it was like 25 or 27 degrees here this morning.
It was pretty cold, but you know what? The rain that we had earlier on in the week has made this track pristine. The drivers are loving it. It's great. There is a little bit of water in one of the sections. That's, a runoff area, but the track is amazing out there. Another thing, the track is different this year. I know you guys have at home have already heard about it this morning, but the track is fast. They've changed it up. It's just a super fast track, and everybody that's been on it is loving it.
Yeah, I had a chance to watch a couple of the previous races, and it looks spectacular. We thought it would come to us, the sun shining pretty much all day yesterday. We got just hammered on Thursday. I mean, we just powered down with rain all day long, all night long. But then yesterday the sun came out, brisk as we talked about. Today the sun out, but it is drying up. And it'll have a ton of grip, as you well know. It'll get a little bit spongy, and it'll have a ton of grip here, so they'll really be able to use the power.
It's kind of funny because we're sitting here talking about the track being pristine, but there's actually a water truck out there because as soon as it starts drying up, they don't want that dust. So they are actually out watering the track right now just a little bit just to keep it how it's been. We stay on top of it. And it sounds like, Ken?
Yeah, I think we have a feature put together here on why you choose your number. So we'll feature that here, and we'll be right back at the desk in just a moment.
So I'm Austin Dinger, 88 in the expert class. 88 is significant to me. It came about when I was a kid. Michael Irvin from the Dallas Cowboys had that number, and I always thought he was an awesome player. He's a little bit cocky, but he always backed it up, so I liked that number. I kind of liked his style, and so I picked that number up when I started playing competitive sports as a kid and stuck with it ever since.
Austin Braden here. My number is 894. I started racing motocross. I went to nationals. I was 394, which was my birth date. And when I went to nationals, they changed it to 894. So ever since then, I've always just kept that number the same, and I've never wanted to change it ever since I started racing.
I got my race number from when I was a little kid. I played soccer, and my number was 21, and it just stuck with me.
The way I got my race number was from my brother, from inverting his from 21 to 12.
Why I chose number 90? So when I first started racing, my number was 14. I don't even remember why I chose it, but it was just, random. And we went to Loretta's in, I don't know, maybe it was 2000, 2002, something like that, and number 14 was taken. So actually I was, I'm a big motocross fan, and back then Chris Gosler was my favorite rider, and he had number 90 on his bike, and I really liked the way it looked, so I chose that, and it's kind of stuck with me ever since.
So I've been running the race number 22 for almost as long as I can remember. We've been racing since we were really young, and I was around 9 years old. My dad said, all right, you're gonna have to pick a number and stick with that number. And I thought, I've been number 22. Well, I was actually number 21, and I forgot. So I told him 22, and it's just been 22 ever since then. But it's stuck, and it looks great on my signature, so we're gonna stay with it.
Nice. Do you want to tell us what what you're looking forward to this year here at Mid-America? Like, what's the one big race or
Yes.
event or track?
So what really excites my brother and I about the Mid-America Series this year is the level of competition that's going to be here. There's all kinds of big names from Kyle Chaney, Tim Farr, Hunter Miller, myself, Cody Taylor. You know, there's tons of really fast guys out here, and we don't get an opportunity to put all the fast guys in one place at one time very often, but it seems like this year it's actually going to happen for a full season at Mid-America.
And once again, we welcome you back here to Mid-America Outdoors. We are super excited to bring you the NA category, the Pro NA category, as we take a look at the starting lineup here. And Robert Van Beekum right there up at the top. He's a seasoned veteran. We're talking about a guy well into his 50s there. And then a 16-year-old right behind him, and Aliana Baker. We look forward to her. Her brother, Kanan, is a champion. Exactly. So she's very talented. Nice to see her move up in there. Lake Edwards, Tyler Rimreed, Chris Kirchmeyer. Owen Van Eperen has made the trip here with a Yamaha, and of course his father, a champion. He's really been a standout driver in the Champ Series over the past couple of years. Looking forward to see how that Yamaha will do here. People are saying it's really laid out nice for a Yamaha.
It is definitely laid out for Yamaha. I mean, all of the cars do very well here, but yet having the shifter, that makes a big difference.
Yeah, and they have a choice to either pull the lever or a paddle shift. Mm-hmm. Eddie Ensign, Reese Harris, and looks like Lewis Norris. It's actually hard for us to see the monitor. It's a little bit dark inside there, but we'll get you through it as things get going here. But a strong category here. Once again, as you can see, it looks like the better part of 19 cars here. So they'll line these up. There'll be a couple of different waves. My understanding through the drivers' meeting is one wave can house as much as 8 cars.
Correct.
So they'll send them off one wave at a time, and then whoever's leading in that particular wave is the winner of that wave, and that's how they'll determine the starting lineup in the main.
Exactly. That is exactly how it goes. And we're getting ready to go green here in just one moment. The cars right now on the line. This is the exciting part. This is when the nerves are hitting just a little bit.
Yeah, the land rush starts are always exciting here. And it looks like they will have a line of 7 cars there looking for the green flag. And then there'll be about 30 seconds, and they'll send the second wave. This will be a 5-lap race here. Long course.
And there they are off the line. Aliana Baker's car is definitely very well bright out there, the hot pink. Then we have Carson Bell behind her in the orange and purple. And let's just see who is going to get that whole shot.
Yeah, beautiful job through that 180. They come back down there off camber if you're on the inside through that right-hander and up over the first jump as they build some speed here. Good battle going on here for second place.
And that was Owen
up on the bike just for a moment.
Owen Van Eperen, he's the one who got that whole shot just now and is out front, having that clean air, because that clean air right now is key. They don't want the mud on their tear-offs. But that was definitely him that did get the whole shot. I love the section right here. This is our rhythm section, non-rhythm section, but it's a very well-groomed area.
Yeah, an unrhythm section,
yes.
if you will.
Yes. And that looks like Rimreed is in that number 2 position, right behind Owen. And we do have a second wave that will be going off the line, as you can see right there. And this section right there, too, they used to go up and they would do a Talladega turn. They have completely cut that out this year because of the track changes and everything that's going on.
Yeah, some significant changes here to this track, and it's going to happen again before we get back here at the end of May. They're going to change everything again as we get ready for some trucks here a little bit later on in the season. Another great shot there, a real high-speed right-hander there as they come down and try to apex that turn.
And that right there is Aliana Baker that we saw battling right there. I think it's for like the 4th position right now. We will have our timing up here in just a little bit.
Yeah, so it looks timing and scoring showing Van Eperen out front doing a great job, and Rimreed in second place as it stands right now.
And then it looks like
Van Eperen. My apologies. Van Beekum there in 3rd.
And Carson Bell in that 4th position, and Kirchmeyer in that 5th position.
Creating a little bit of gap here, a little bit of separation.
We do have 19 cars out on race course. My favorite part is seeing if the person that starts out front and gets that whole shot do they keep it the whole time? Do they get pushed behind and then they, fall behind and, lose that number 1 position? But having that clean air is definitely key.
And as we talked about, so 4 laps remaining here, this 5-lap race. There are 2 waves out there. It's important to understand this. We will actually have 2 winners in this heat race, is how it works out. So a winner in each wave, and that's how they line up in the main. So we'll try to keep up the speed with you on those 2 waves. Thank you, Scott. Scott giving us some timing and scoring here on the desk.
All right. Thanks, Scott. And you can see the water on the right-hand side there. Normally there's not that much water, but with the rain that we had earlier on in the week, like we said, made it for pristine track conditions.
Love these tabletops here, and you can see these guys are clearing it in this Pro NA class. These guys are making, guys and gals I should say, making well over 120 horsepower. I mean, even if you get a stock configuration right, you can make approximately 120 horsepower here with one of these NA motors. They're allowed to massage some of the internals, so it wouldn't surprise me to see one up there in the 130 horsepower range.
Yes, and then we have the 80-foot tabletop jump back there on the Ultimax Spillway. That one right there, that's where a lot of them clear it, and they have to really practice right there because flat landing on the other side is not fun. We saw some drivers do that last season, but definitely that flat landing is never fun, but the 80-foot tabletop jump is one that the pro classes, any of our upper classes, our 1,000 cc's, they're pretty much almost clearing that jump.
Yeah, we had a great battle going on there. It looked like for 4th place as well. A couple of racers were really close as they get strung out here just a little bit more, and you can see them, and when they don't clear it and they hit the flat there, that kicker in the back, if the damper program isn't put together right, it will kick up the back end of the car. So you want to stick that landing, as you were talking about before, Pam. You don't want to go too far, you don't want to land too short. It's Scott, you're right in the middle of our screen, buddy. Thanks, pal.
And the other thing too, we're talking about, you said shocks. Shock tuning is definitely key on short course because you want to make sure your car isn't feeling like it's tipping in the turns, because that makes you not have to lift as much in the corners as well, but landing on the jumps, going through the whip sections, you don't want your car bucking all over the place.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's the whole point of the damper program, right, is to keep the tires on the ground, you know, as long as possible, every chance you get without any excessive rebound. Of course, you want to protect the driver's back as well. But
exactly.
Yeah, damper program is everything out here if you want speed.
And you say that about tires. It's funny because going through the pits, everybody, you know, you have Maxxis tires, you have MRTs, you have Hoosiers, and it's like fun to hear the drivers banter back and forth about which tire is the better tire out here.
Good battle going on here.
And that is Kyler Holcomb, I believe, in that second spot right there, going to try to take a pass.
Yeah, right up beside him. Great stuff there, and the track just wide enough for both of them to go off of that jump side by side. And I got to tell you, it's not an easy thing to do. You have to have a lot of faith in the person that's beside you to do that. It can go really wrong really fast.
Yes, it can, and that is never fun. Going up in the air like that, what makes me nervous is watching them, and then the tires. Touching the tires is what's scary to me.
Yeah, I mean, this is open wheel racing. You go tire to tire here, somebody's going for a ride.
Exactly.
To think that you send them up over a jump side by side like that as well, and that's what they do. I mean, there's the letters PRO in front of this category are for a reason. By the way, if you're not 18 years old, you're not allowed to run this category unless you've been racing UTVs for 2 years. You also have to have a resume, and you have to be approved to run in the professional category here. There are some young players, as we talked about, the Bakers, both of them 15, 16 years old, very well qualified for sure, but they have to go through those tests.
It has to be an approval process for sure. And I mean, in the Pro Turbo class, that's where we have Cash LaCroix. He's only 14 years old, and he's in the pro class, but he's been racing for years. And that right there is Carson Bell on screen. I'm not sure who was throwing some smoke right there, but there's Aliana Baker being followed closely behind by Kyler Holcomb.
Yeah, Aliana under attack right there. Looks like he's able to get underneath her and got the spot. It looks like she might be having some issues there.
Exactly. She is definitely losing positions very quickly.
So a number of the cars out here, Polaris's, of course, and you will see Can-Ams out here. We talked about the one Yamaha. Of course, the unique difference with the Yamahas you mentioned is those cars are shifted, the regular style transmission. So they'll have a clutch, they'll have a shifter option either down on the console or up on the steering wheels. They've actually gotten really good with the paddle shifters as of the last couple of years. And then, of course, the Polaris's, as you know, the CVT style clutch where there's no shifting at all. It's constantly in the right gear all the time, courtesy of that CVT.
Exactly. And we also have some Hondas out there today too, but we do have our first wave of cars that have come through. They're on their last lap. They should be coming through for the checkers here in just a moment. And you have timing up, or I'm wondering what the fastest lap of the day is so far. We'll have to find that out, because it's always fun to see who throws down that lastest lap, because it's not always the person in the turbo class that does that.
It's also important to understand that obviously we're going to have 2 first-place finishers here, 1 in each wave. So whoever has the lowest elapsed time for the 5 laps will start off on the pole or have their be able to pick their starting position for the main event. This is a 2-moto style race. It's basically like golf. The lowest score wins here. So if you finish first, your overall score at the end of the day is 2. You'll be our champion here for round number 1.
It's definitely interesting the way the scoring is done here. It's fun. It keeps people, keeps you on their game, having to do their math in the pits and stuff as well.
Yeah, for sure. And the drivers, you might think they're too busy to do the math, but they're doing the math.
If they're not, then their crew chief is.
That's exactly right.
They're probably doing the math in their head as soon as they come off track. Okay, so now where do I need to finish to keep up on top? But we do have a couple cars that look like that were off course there in the last shot, so we will see who is all finishing. And I believe
Van Eperen up top there with doing a great job. Got the whole shot, kept it out front the entire time. Rimreed in second place, Vale there in third in that first wave. And I believe the second wave starts off Van Eperen coming across the stripe right now to take the win in this first wave.
And look at that. He started, he got that whole shot, and he stayed out front the whole time.
So important. I mean, we say it all the time, right? And you mentioned it right off the bat with that clean track, clean air, I should say. It really pays huge dividends. And
definitely with the mud out there.
Yeah, for sure. And Owen's so talented. I mean, he's been competing on the Champ Series here for the past couple of years. And his father, as we talked about before, a champion as well. So Yamaha supported, I should say, team. And they're really, really switched on.
And you can see them right there. They're coming off course. That's where we grab somebody for an interview.
We've got Amateur Turbo coming up here, and will be our next category. We'll give you the results here as Owen Van Eperen, the first one across the stripe. I believe the second wave would be down there around 7th or 8th place. No way to distinguish that, unfortunately. Something we want to get a handle on here to let you know who wins that second wave as well. But congrats to Owen Van Eperen coming out here, making the trip from Wisconsin and putting it together. Colin Truitt, champion inside of this category, up there as well there in 4th place. So some players inside of this category as well. They're really, really very good.
Yes, and Carson Bell, the number 999, he stepped up into the pro class this year. That's another young gentleman as well. And he's having an exciting year. He's one that's always out in the pits, that's out hanging out with everybody. But that's awesome. Carson Bell's in this pro class.
So that'll wrap things up here with our Pro NA category. Congratulations to everybody out there. Looked like a really clean race as well. And unfortunately for Aliana, as you can see there, it fell way down there. Kanan deep as well, too. And Kanan extremely good in this category. I'm really surprised that, he finished second in the points last year. We talked about Colin Truitt being the champion. Kanan was a champ in 2021 in this category. So it looked like the Bakers both really struggled there in this race.
Yes, it's so fun to see brother and sister out here racing, too. And we have the next class, like you were saying, up on the line here, getting ready to take off in just a moment. I love this class. The amateur turbos, the people that, like you were saying earlier, that could be the kids that are stepping up into the next class. You go from the amateur class into the expert class, and then after the expert, you go into the pro. But it's awesome to see some of the kids that have been racing in 170s that have already stepped up into the 800 or the youth 1000 class. We have quite the crowd out here watching and cheering on. Our spotters all out here ready to spot their drivers. It's a key to have a spotter, definitely, when they're running neck and neck.
Yeah, and pretty sure that will be a mandatory option here, or mandatory requirement before things are all said and done. It's a safety issue. It also helps the driver, of course, to know their surroundings. And with this style of racing, there can be a wreck on the backside of a blind jump that they don't know about. So the spotters are critical, as you know.
Exactly. It's very critical. Sounds like we're getting ready to go green here in just a moment.
Amateur Turbo is up here next, so we look forward to this category as well. A little bit different here, of course. Same style engine, or same size engine, and one of them did not leave the line there. Unfortunately, mechanical right off the bat. Again, a maximum of 1,000 cc's. They can massage the internals, but these have turbochargers on them, so they'll kick off with a solid 220 horsepower, somewhere in that range. They weigh 100 pounds more. Other than that, the cars are pretty much identical. Travel about 20 inches or so, and they'll turn these engines 8,500 to 9,000 RPM, but they are rocket ships.
You know what? Sometimes, too, I wonder when you see somebody stall at the line, sometimes it's a strategy for people, too, they don't want to have that mud right off the bat, because where they start off the line, they go directly into the water, and it's a muddy, muddy mess right there.
That's a bad day, huh?
Yes, and you can see them right now on the rhythm section.
So the amateur turbo, as it's identified in the rule book, this class is for anyone that identifies as a beginner, novice level driver, 18 years or older. And of course, there's always the option for a waiver. If your parents are out here, they just have to sign you off, and you can get inside of this category as well. It's just a process you have to go through.
Correct. And there is one 14-year-old out there, I do know that, but I don't know if there's any other younger kids out there, to be honest with you. I think they're all in the amateurs, but a lot of the amateurs last year, a few of them did, go up into the expert class this year. That's a good battle going on right there. We'll get some numbers for you here in a moment.
Yeah, and of course you're familiar with this. I know you keep it under wraps, and you call a race as fair as possible. But you do have a son that's out here competing today as well, and inside of this category, and absolutely, so cool to see him out here and competing with these young guns, or these talented drivers, I should say. But it's nice to watch them develop and come out here. It's a great way of life. They're around successful people that work extremely hard. So a great family atmosphere as well.
It is, and that's what the Mid-America is all about, is the family atmosphere. But it is fun to see, like we were just mentioning, the kids that start out in the 170s that have already moved into the 800 classes, the Youth 1000, and some of them will be going into the turbo classes. So seeing them step up into the different classes, watching them grow. Our future of the sport is the 170 class, and that's probably my favorite, the tiny tots, as I call them. But yes, we have definitely some battles going on screen.
Yeah, great right-left complex there. It's very, very fast, and try to hit the apexes, and that's what this is all about. I mean, these are people that are learning here in this amateur category.
And we should have 14 cars that have taken the green flag this morning for this amateur turbo race 1.
Justice Schmeider looks like he's out front out of Butler, Pennsylvania, the number 26 car at Can-Am. The entire field, by the way, here, Can-Am's. Mm-hmm. Can-Am, a very successful product out here.
It is. It's. Have you been in Polaris and compared it to a Can-Am ever yourself?
I have not. Personally,
it's a big difference. They're both a lot of fun, but it definitely is a big difference in the driving of both of them, the way they ride and everything.
I believe some guy named Hank Hall in second place. How about that?
Yeah, that's amazing.
Are you excited?
I'm excited. Like you said, I keep it under the wraps.
I know, it's hard to contain it, but you know what? You're a professional, and you get up here and you do what you do. So
this is my job.
Yeah.
Right now, he's just another racer out on the race course.
Super cool. Randy Boyder, by the way, inside of the top 3 as well. Again, a couple of different waves out here that will help us determine the starting position in the second moto here. That will happen a little bit later on today.
And it looks like Charlie Stewart took over that number 1 position.
Yeah, Boyder up there into second now. So I wonder what happened there, because Hank fell down pretty deep. I wonder if there was a moment between first and second.
They're hopefully not, but it's racing, so hopefully not.
And a couple of hauls in this category, by the way, not related.
Exactly. You asked me last night if Hank was related to Kevin, and I'm like, no other hauls.
Yeah, and we're trying to. The monitor is pretty far away from us, so it does look like Hank is still number 2.
And what it is, too, is we were talking about this yesterday, you and I, there's the timing loops. There's 4 different timing loops out on race course. So what it does is it, kind of jumbles around and everything. But at the end, when we get the finals, but that is, who was out in the number, Justice Schmeider is the number 1 position right now, and that number 26.
Yeah, there's Kevin Hall out there as well. And Kevin a little bit deeper. He just picked up a spot. He was in 8th, moved up to 7th.
And the track is just going to get better and better. The sun being out, drying up the really wet spots. But that
Stewart,
is,
as you were talking about, down there in third. Boyer now in fourth. So some things jostling around out there for sure as they race hard. It's great, and you never know with you really never know with the amateurs what's going to happen.
And that is true. The amateur class is great. It's a great stepping stone. I love that they have the different classes to step up into the pros.
Yeah, and typically the progression is they'll put together, white flag out, by the way, one more lap to go, and you see a great battle going on here nose to tail as they go through some of the slick spots of the track, and looks like a local yellow. So they'll slow everybody down there for that incident, and no passing allowed, obviously, through that section.
Well, that was our second placer that was running second place. That was Hank Hall right there up on the top of that hill with that caution.
Safety right there immediately. One of the safest complex out here as well. Love being here at Mid-America Outdoors. They do an incredible job for the racers.
Yes, they do. We have safety crew all over the race course, so no matter where you're at, there's somebody that will be there for you. And it looks like there's something going on with that car as well. I cannot see the number of it. That's slowing down back there on that rhythm section.
Yeah, and as I was saying before, typically the progression with the amateurs is they'll string together a few turns and then get a few more turns put together, maybe put together a really good lap and then stumble on the next lap. But it's all about the consistency and that lowest elapsed time.
I mean, we have to think about this, too, with this race course being what it is. This used to be a lake right here.
Right, yeah, the entire place, right? Yeah, I heard that story from Jason Robinette. Of course, the Robinette family, the principals are behind MAO.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think. I've seen pictures of it, and it's like, wow, I cannot believe that this was a lake back in the day. And, there are rocks that, are in here because, of course, rocks at the bottom of a lake. And they've, sifted them out. They try to grade them out of the track, but you can't avoid them.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. They've worked extremely hard to get the bulk of them out, but it's still short course off-road racing, and it can get ugly out here.
Yes, it can, and it's racing. Racing's racing, right? Anything.
Racing's racing. Everybody's dealing with the same struggles.
And I believe the checkered flag was just now being waved.
Yeah, and a lot of changes. Stephen Muekel looks like up top. Boyer up into second. And with that said, everything just changed again. Schmeider back up to the top.
Well, I'm just getting word what happened was there was a rollover up there. Did a few flips, but everything's okay, so he's all good.
Time winding down here. Of course, we'll have final results here in just a moment for you.
Still a battle going on, going through that whoop section.
You see some of the cars landing nose down, and that could be determined by the setup on the car. It could also be how the driver is driving, something they can actually control the attitude of those cars up in the air a lot from inside the cockpit as they learn how to do that.
Yes, so out of our 14 cars, we'll see how many of them finished. We have a couple of them off, but the good thing is they have time to go back to the pits, work on their cars, get them back out here for the main, because this is only just round one.
I know.
We have a long year.
We do.
I love it.
Sure. A lot of stuff going on here. Round two will actually take place at Wheatland, Missouri, and Lucas Oil Speedway. Looking forward to going there as well. An incredibly cool track and a good bit different than what they'll experience here.
Yes, I actually have never been to Wheatland, Missouri. Racing back in the day with Lucas Oil, never went to that track and race, but I'm excited to go see it. I hear it's so much fun, and it's not just off-road. There's a circle track there, which on the Saturday night after we're done racing, there will be a race going on.
Awesome.
There's a lake there in the middle. I mean, there's so much stuff that goes on in Wheatland, Missouri at that track as well, but it's exciting. And a reasoning for moving it, too, is because there's a lot of stuff going on here at the park that they're getting ready for Visions.
Yeah, it's, man, this place is exploding. We'll have plenty of announcements all along the way, but Travis Pastrana and his gang of crazies are heavily involved here, and Dennis Anderson and some of that stuff is going on. I mean, there's big things coming for sure.
Just wait till you see Visions. You're going to go,
be a good time for sure as we take a look at the results here for Amateur Turbo. And congrats to Justin Schmeider. Great run right there. Stephen Muekel and Randy Boyer end up inside of the top three. And, again, a couple of different waves here. Not able to distinguish between the first and the second wave. But we'll have a couple of different winners here that will allow us to set up the lineup for that main event coming up a little bit later on today.
So that is your top 10 on screen right there that you are seeing at home. Super exciting day so far. We've had our morning started off and had all of our classes, our little tiny tots. They went out on the race course. It's been a great day out here. Nobody has said anything. They're like, we're loving the track. We're loving the track. It's so much fun because of the changes they did. And we keep talking about that, but the changes are good. It made the track faster. The drivers are loving it. But next up.
Yeah, great news for sure. And one of our largest classes coming up here in just a moment, Expert Turbo. But in the meantime, we're going to get it down to Miss Tiffany Stone, who's been working hard all weekend long.
It looks a little bit muddy out there for you. Overall, how are track conditions right now for round one?
Oh, this track is absolutely crazy. I came out here with my buddy last year, a couple races. It's a lot different from last year. So, you know, I mean, this is my first year doing it, just trying to get around the track, you know, and hopefully, fingers crossed, you know, just make it through.
Well, I love seeing you out here. Like you said, last year you came out. This year you're kind of trying to run everything. Fingers crossed that you're going to make it through. What have you learned so far in this first heat?
A lot more speed. It's a lot of good straightaways and, you know, just a lot more speed.
Awesome. Well, best of luck. I know you got a little time before the mains. It is good to see you out here. And like we've talked before here at Mid-America, there are tons of new drivers. I love seeing this sport grow. I love seeing how big this class is starting to get. Back up to you guys, Ken and Pam. See you guys in a little bit.
Thanks a lot there, Miss T. Stone. You two have been working hard all weekend long. I mean, a lot of stuff in the can. You were working all the other classes a little bit earlier today as well.
Yes, I was. It's fun. You know, I love doing it because get out there, talk to the racers. It's busy, but that's what makes the day go by fast, but it makes it even more fun.
Yeah, great stuff, by the way. Ken Stout, Pam Hall standing right alongside. Tiffany Stone down there in the pits as well. And, of course, we had Scott Rain on here a little bit earlier today and Matt as well. So a lot of stuff going on here. Some great pro drivers. CJ Greaves is on the grounds. Just chatted with him a little bit last night. Said he might come up and join us in the booth. And always good to get a racer's perspective, a champion in his case, get his perspective of what's going on here. So we look forward to it. We're here at Mid-America Outdoors Park just outside of Jay, Oklahoma. About an hour and a half or so outside of Tulsa.
Correct.
Just a beautiful complex here, something for everybody. There's general stores here, there's Coconuts here, Coconuts 2 here, a restaurant, live entertainment, a little bit of everything. So it's been a whole bunch of fun here, and this place will only explode as we continue to go on through the year. It's second to none, one of the most beautiful off-road complexes I've ever been to in this country. We're going to take a quick break. We got a lot more racing coming back your way. Stay with us. Yeah, and once again, welcome back to Mid-America Outdoors, the Side-by-Side Championships, round number 1. And as you can see, the track crew out there making this place beautiful. They've been working hard. They were certainly throwing a curveball there Thursday night, but they've done a wonderful job. Matter of fact, we were supposed to have practice yesterday, and everybody stayed off the track. It was so wet.
Yes, if they would have had practice yesterday, it would have tore the track up. The track crew would have had to get out there even earlier this morning, but I know that everybody's been up working hard all day long. They, like you said, calling off practice yesterday is something that they had to do. And then they ended up doing the practice this morning, just a little bit before we did all of our drivers meeting and our national anthem and our prayer and got the day started. So at least they got to get out on the track a little bit before they came out for their heat races.
Yeah, when you say a little bit, I mean literally 2 laps, I think. It was like a recon lap and then try to get some speed in if you can. If you're brand new to this track and you've not been here, it's quite the challenge to go out here and try to race in this first moto. And this isn't a short track. I mean, we call it short course off-road, and it still is, certainly in comparison to the desert. But this track is still the better part of 2 miles long. A lot of turns.
A lot of turns, and they've taken some turns out. That's what's funny. There's still a lot of turns, but they've taken them out.
We'll take a look at our starting grid here in Expert Turbo. As I mentioned before, one of the largest categories here on the property. We'll have the better part of 30 cars here in this category. Effectively 2 different races here. We talked about the different waves, but we will actually have 2 groups to get everybody in here. There's so many in this category.
Basically like a Group A and a Group B and going, and then they'll just combine it all later on with the scoring.
Yeah, and as the main will shake out, there will actually be a B main here, so not everybody will be in that A main to capture first place. So you want to make the best out of this first moto here and try to get up in front of these tough players.
And there's a lot of big names in this course as well. We do have Lee Knowles. Lee Knowles actually is starting out in this first wave of racing, and he was the champion last year for the amateur turbo class, so he's moved up into the expert turbo class, and we've had quite a few of them actually do that this year.
Yeah, that's super cool, too. Congratulations to him. Austin Braden, the reigning champ coming out of 2022. Mickey Schroeder, Rusty Pipes also inside it. Yes, that's a real name. And super cool guy. I've not had a chance to meet him yet, but I know all of you said he's a wonderful, wonderful gentleman. So great to have him out there, but he finished up second in the points. So he'll be out here competing as well. A couple of other players that came out of 2021 with a lot of success as well. So once again, we'll take a quick break. We'll go racing when we come back. And welcome back to the St. Patrick's Day Spring Breakout. Everybody having a great time. St. Patrick's Day, of course, one day ago, but we can celebrate it 2 days in a row. Everybody was Irish yesterday. We had a great time last night in the barn and had a big drivers meeting, the welcome of the USAC officials that are here as well, and had a nice band out there, and the Robinette family provided us all with some eats and drinks. We had a great time.
Yes, it was a great time for sure. And you say spring break, it does not feel like spring break.
Winter break, I think. We're going to go racing here. We've got Expert Turbo on the line, ready to rock and roll. As soon as they drop that green flag, we'll watch them get after it here. Once again, we'll pick up the pace, and again, a little bit better than, a little more experienced than the amateurs, but not quite the pro level yet.
Correct. This is a stepping stone up into that pro class. This is a big class, one to reckon with, though. I keep saying one to reckon with, but it's because they are. The Expert, there's still some heavy hitters in there. There's still some experienced drivers out there, and there they are off the line, our first wave of the race number 1 for the Expert Turbo class.
Yeah, and it looked like a full wave of 8, if I'm not mistaken here. And this is what we expect out of these racers here. They do have some experience. They've come up out of the amateur class. Important to note, too, once you step up, there's no going back. So if you get up in the expert class and figure out, hey, I'm not quite ready for this, sorry
Charlie.
Sorry about your luck, man. You're stuck here now. There's no going back to the amateurs.
That is so true. And we were talking, you and I were talking yesterday about the whole teams that we have here. If you are wanting to have a teammate, you can't have a teammate that's in a higher up class as well. You have to have somebody that's at your level racing.
Yeah, without going too far down on the rabbit hole, what she's referring to is if for some reason you can't make a round, you're chasing points, you need to put somebody in the car. You have to have that person predetermined.
By this race, the end of this race.
Right.
Yes.
So,
right
yeah,
there.
definitely good to know as we watch them continue here on lap number 1. Everybody still nose to tail, battling hard. Looks like one of the RS1s there out front. The RS1's a single-seater. Everything else you'll be able to see, they're able to house 2 people side by side. They don't always have a seat on the passenger side. Matter of fact, more times than not, they do not. But They could put one there. It's how the car was originally built. The RS1 is a single-seater. And good battles going on here at the front. Look at this.
All right, and that right there is the number 40 of Krister Adelot. It's awesome to see somebody with their number on the top of it because we do have a lot of drone footage here. So we're trying to call the race as much as possible, as good as we can with seeing who the numbers are. But we do have Grant Stevens, I believe, in that number 1 position. Just switched over to Kendra Hoop, who is also a very well-seasoned driver out here. She races in multiple classes. And
a lot of female racers out here. You just brought something up. It's great to see them grow in numbers and very talented as well.
Yes, it is. And we have also Zeke.
Got one that missed the jump and no harm, no foul.
And that is
Can't
John
always
Calgrew.
get away with that.
Yes, that was Mr. John Calgrew right there, number 57. He came into the expert class. He was racing in the amateur turbo last year.
Boy, almost off into the river. You can, I mean, it just doesn't take much of a mistake here. It all looks fine and dandy right here, but as you can see, not much more room than 2 cars can go side by side.
And that RS1 that is out there, so you can race a NA car in the turbo class, but you cannot race a turbo in the NA class, which makes sense. So I'm not sure. There actually are some in other racing series that are built up Can-Ams that are single seaters. That who knows if that's a built up, Can-Am or something that is a single seat, but it still is a turbo. We'll have to find that one out.
A little bit of homework for us to do as once again we watch this battle here around the outside and does a really good job. Sets them up on the inside for the next turn. Nice little complex right left-hander there. Three laps remaining here in this 5-lap Moto 1 for Expert Turbo. If you wonder, we talked about the horsepower ranges out of these cars before. They could be in excess of 220 horsepower, depending on the modifications inside. They can't go larger than 1,000 cc's, but they can change some internals and build some more power, along with the turbo as well. Way out there to the outside goes the 431 of Bree Seek out of Kansas. But these cars can run the better part of 90 miles an hour if they get flat out on a straightaway. I mean, they built some speed.
And that's what we were talking about with some drivers as well yesterday too, is, they're thinking they're going to get up into the upwards of the 80 mile per hour mark at some points of this track, the way they've changed it up. It's definitely a faster track this year.
Yeah, well, we could a little bit of contact possibly there, or whatever it was. The car got redirected. I just caught the tail end of that.
It looks like he has a passenger rear flat, and that is John Gallagher, the number 57. So it looked like he has a flat, and what that'll do, it'll make him spin out if he got up in the air and lands a little weird on that. It'll spin him around.
Nice drone shot here. Give us a good overhead shot. Give us a look at what's going on. And as you talked about before, the car with a flat tire there is pulled off to a safe zone.
You'll sometimes see the drivers stay on the track for it, but this is the heat race. It is not our main event, but you do get points for it. But they'll pull off and save the car for the main event. And there is our 2022 Amateur Turbo winner right there, Lee Knowles, following closely behind Grant Stephen.
And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Lee Knowles, one of our ambassadors this year as well.
He was one of our ambassadors last year as well. Him and Rusty Pipes are really good buddies. You'll want to go to their pit and hang out with them. It's a lot of fun. Good guys there. They come from the Randy Brown world, as I call it.
A little late entry there, lifted up the inside right rear tire. And we'll see that happen more and more with the pros. The pros will really hang these things out.
Yes, and we are on the white flag already. It'll be they're on their last lap coming through to get that checkers. And
57 car there of John Gallagher. Unfortunately having a tough go of it here out of Hudson, Ohio.
And one of the drivers, as we said earlier, he's one of them that has stepped up into the expert class from the amateur.
Yeah, will find himself at a B main here today. You've got to finish up inside of the top 8 if you're going to make the 16-car A main field that has a shot at the overall win.
It looks like Austin Dinger is up there in that number 1 position right now, taking it over from Grant Stephen. So we have Austin Dinger in that number 1, Grant Stephen in second, Bree Seek third, Lee Knowles in that 4th position, and Roper in that 5th position. So that's our top 5 right now. We do have the checkered flag coming out here very shortly. It takes roughly a little over, it's like a minute 50-something second lap usually.
Yeah, I just saw, and it looked like a minute 37 there for Dinger, if I read that correctly.
Oh, well, and with it being a faster track this year, that could definitely
minute
be.
37, minute 40, minute 45 or so. So, yeah, Dinger getting around there doing a great job.
And that was the 444 of Mickey Schroeder that just went by. This Expert Turbo class is a very large class. I believe it is our largest class we have out here as well.
Austin Dinger out of Fort Worth, Texas. Dinger excavation. I can't even speak. Yes, it's
blame it on the cold.
I'm going to blame it on the cold. I am going to blame it on the cold.
Definitely chilly, and they're right there in the Ultimax Spillway area. That's where the 80-foot tabletop jump is at as well.
Yeah, a lot of distance there to go 80 foot in the air.
Yes. But these experts and these pro classes, they can get on it, they can jump it, they usually clear it. All right, so it looks
finishing
like
up here this final lap.
Austin Dinger still right there in that number 1 position.
Stephen Knowles and Seek, I believe it is.
Yes, Miss Bree Seek. Another female racer out here.
And we'll take a look at our overall results here for this first heat, as Austin Dinger will cross the stripe first, followed up by Grant Stephen. Lee Knowles, as you talked about, stepping up there. How about Bree Seek inside of the top 5? Congrats to her. Mickey Schroeder as well to round out your top 5. And of course, that is the first half of this field, as we will stay in Expert Turbo. You can see 20 of them out there, and a full 28 cars lined up inside of this category. We'll send the second group out.
I think it's awesome we have that many cars. We have to do it in 2 different waves.
Yeah, no question about it. It's a massive category, and once again, we are just about 5 seconds away from launching this second group.
Butterflies in the stomach.
This is what it's all about. It's what they live for right here. And I love the land rush start, a controlled land rush start there. No more than 8 across the front row. They're waiting for one car to clear here is what we're hearing. And then they'll be on.
The start line, getting that gate pick, being the first person to get a gate pick is definitely a strategy. Last year at Visions, I actually raced in the women's class, and I realized how important it was when I was actually on that line. Having that center column right there, a lot of people were like, make sure you're staying, if you're looking at it from behind, stay to the left because it makes you, a better turn to go
Opens
up our
up that
first.
turn, right? Mm-hmm.
Yes, because it was a lot tighter there last year as well. But it's definitely, gate pick is definitely important out here. And all the drivers that have been racing for years, they all know it. They know which ones they want. And a lot of them, you want to keep in that same spot if you know that's your good line as well.
And that brings up a good point. This being round number 1, everybody just drew. Typically, you would get that gate pick off of your points, and that's the way we'll go in round 2. But here in round 1, to kick the season off, everybody basically draws a pill.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's fun to watch though when they're taking off the line, all 8 across like that. It's nerve-wracking because the people that are on the passenger side, so the right side, you have to kind of come in just a little bit to the left, or else you're going to go and there's a lip right there of a mountain. So you have to make sure you ease your way left.
All right, standing on the throttle, green flag flies. It's time to go racing here once again, the second half of the Expert Turbo category. Everybody negotiating that tight left-hander at the top of the hill. They come down here. This is where it gets off camber into that right-hander. Exciting turn for sure.
You do have to check up coming down right there, because if you don't, like you just said, off camber, it feels like you're going to tip over left, and then of course you're going to, either go off track like we saw one of the racers do last race, and to the left of that jump. But it's definitely a weird off camber. See the number, I can't see that number, but you saw the buck. That's where the shock tuning and everything comes in such handy, because the way these whoops are set up, I mean, you have to but make sure you're right on the throttle with the brake. We have another wave that will be starting here in just a moment as well.
I think we had one flip over there towards the back of that wave. A right front tire completely ripped off, so things getting a little sporty there in that second wave.
Like I was saying, you got to kind of go tight. It tightens down, so you got to make sure you don't want to give up your line, but sometimes somebody has to give.
Yeah, and you can see that right-hander right there. I believe that's turn number 4 with all the rocks on the inside. If you chop it off too much and you hit those rocks, it's going to kick the back end of the car up. They already want a bike there, so a little bit of help will really put you over in your lid.
Exactly. And that rhythm section right there is such a cool section. I mean, it really is a driver's section. It's who knows how to handle those whoops really well. This is the step up that they're going into. There was another turn on the back section of the track that was actually removed from the track. It was a change. That's where it was kind of like an off camber. You could either use the inside line or the outside line, but that is now gone. So like the whoop section definitely is going to be that driver's section this year, I think, personally, on the race course. And they're right now on the back section of it in that Ultimax Spillway.
Yeah, trying to pick out some numbers there, and you can see the difference in horsepower as the 31 car of Matt Hecker unfortunately just did not have the steam there to hang with the car that went sailing by. They get those things up on the pipe and in the boost. They make 20 to 25 pounds of boost. I mean, these things are really put through it. They'll run on E85 fuel. That is legal out here, so they're able to build a little bit more boost when they do that. Keep that thing from detonating, and yeah, they make some steam, man.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Like nice battle going on right there. And that looks like that was the number 12.
Couldn't tell. It looked like a couple of them were stacked up and off pace. It was kind of an awkward shot.
Definitely, but look at the battle right there. I mean, we have 5 cars going at it together right there. 3 of them closer, obviously.
Like there might have been a little bit of engine smoke out of one of those.
It did look like that for sure. That's what I was thinking.
And once in a while we'll see that out of the turbos. A lot of pressure, a lot of crankcase pressure sometimes. And
they're just clearing out their pipes.
There it is. There's the smoke. Or unless that was dust in the back.
I wish somebody would turn the wind off. Turn the fan off out here.
Once again, riding there, that drone shot, looking at the 31 car of Hecker. Hecker doing a great job of driving. Seems as though might not have the power of the car up there right in front of him, but hanging tough.
And
A little bit of breathing room now. This is where your spotter can tell you, hey, no pressure, nobody around you. Take your breath, hit your marks, settle down, relax just a little bit, and settle in and run your fast laps.
Exactly. We have 4 laps that we are racing, and I did notice. Did you notice the little break in the track that they have to jump over? The drone was going over. That wasn't a part of the track last year. You didn't have to do a little jump over, a little gap. I like it though. All right, the 111 right there. And that is Blake Helms. Looks like he is limping it just a little bit. So I'm not sure what's going on with Blake Helms.
These 3 cars still battling hard, nose to tail, side by side. Great stuff.
It's really fun to see the battles going on, and you know what it's doing is it's just making them a better driver too. Because if you're out there by yourself, there's nobody to push you harder to keep your lines in straight and push you harder to get better at what you're doing out there on race course.
Yeah, the racecraft, that's where it's really developed here. The close quarters, it's very difficult to run right on somebody's back bumper and maintain your entry speed through the corner and stay right on them. It's really a craft that has to be learned.
And you can see right there, they actually catch some air when they come down that step up on the back side of the race course. So we have 2 tabletop jumps. That's the first one. The second one is the 80-foot tabletop jump. And right there, the 86, that is Donovan Willis.
Yeah, and the 47 right there behind him, that's Rusty Pipes. We were talking about Rusty there before. Rusty having a great season 1 year ago, finishing up 3rd in the points. They're pressuring him hard to try and get that spot here.
And Rusty Pipes did come from a racing background himself. I had to ask the same question last year, though, if that was his real name.
I did. I was like, somebody's having some fun with the entry list here, Rusty Pipes, but apparently legit name, so what a fun name as well.
Definitely a fun name. Looks like they are all... There's a yellow flag over here in that turn that they were slowing down in that we saw in the last shot. Not sure what's going on over in that corner.
Well, there's some safety over there on the right-hand side with the one car that lost its front wheel, so I'm sure as long as those safety workers are out there, even though they're off course, they want to let everybody know or keep them aware of that. Winding things up here, this is the second group of Expert Turbo, as we talked about before, near 30 cars out here, so we had 2 complete different races for them, including multiple waves inside of each one of those races.
And look at that. That was 4 cars that just came across the finish line.
All but nose to tail, side by side, right?
Exactly. I mean, 4-car battle coming into the last turn. Definitely nerve-wracking right there. All right, this day is going by so fast. Next up, we are going to have the women's turbo class. I love this class. That's the one I raced in Visions last year, was with the women. They are awesome drivers, well-seasoned drivers out there.
Well, and again, another group of 3 right here, side by side. This is that battle where we're talking about Rusty Pipes being inside of this one. Trying to pick up the number there on the car just in front of him. Rusty, the 3rd of the 3 cars.
Yes, right in front of Rusty is Donovan Willis. I can't quite make out who is in front of Donovan, though.
Checker flag is out here. That is the 113 that went sailing by of Chase Kemp out of Centerview, Missouri.
You can see the breeze by the flags, the Ultimax flags waving. We do have a breeze out here, which is not bad to have.
I mean, if you get out of the wind, it's, drying the track up in some areas, right? But you get out of the wind, it's really not bad. The sun coming out here and hopefully get us up into the 40s before the day is over.
Definitely it is a beautiful day, though. The cold is the cold. You have heated gloves.
Yeah, but I'm not wearing them.
I know.
I'm using them for paperweights.
I have on my heated vest. Yeah, when you had that, I'm like, oh, you're way fancier than me with the heated gloves.
That comes from spotting of the 24 hours of Daytona. It gets cold on the roof.
I can imagine. So that was race number 14 of the day. And we have a total of
16, I believe, and we'll run them all again here, of course, with our main events coming up a little bit later on today.
With 28 cars that were in that last, I keep saying it, but it's so awesome that we had that many classes or that many entries in a class that we have to do 2 different races. last year, I mean, we had large entries, but pretty awesome to have that many out there on race course.
So once again, we'll show you the results, the overall results here for the 2 races and the entire class, and they'll break that down per wave. As we talked about before, a number of different waves inside of this Expert Turbo. We'll let them sort all that out, and they'll decide who the top 16 are that will advance into the A main later today, and then we'll also have a B main as well for everybody that did not make it into the top 16 for Expert Turbo.
And that right there is a great drone shot of the start line. Last year that was a new start line that was built for us, and it's super cool to see from above. And this next class is not as large of a class. This is our women's turbo class. We will have 7 ladies take the green flag this morning. And to have them out there racing, some of them are doing multiple races, but today is only 7 of them doing this class, but it sounds like we have Miss Tiffany Stone down there, and Tiffany Stone is down there with Mr. Donovan Willis.
All right, down here with number 86, Donovan Willis. Now, Donovan, you're telling me that this is your 3rd season here. Obviously, you've got a lot of confidence behind you. Round 1, we're kicking things off. It's a little chilly, but overall, how are you feeling right now for round 1?
It feels good. The track's a little different. It's super fun, but you know it's great. I feel really good.
Well, we changed up a few things this year from last season with the course. You know, what's your favorite part so far about this new course?
I would say the new section in the back, just the jumps. You're kind of jumping sideways off to the next one, and it just flows really well.
Awesome. Well, I know you've got that heat going up. We had a credible lineup for this last race. Obviously, we had to do 2 waves. There's tons of people out there. With that being said, what's really the determination or the plan that you need to go for this?
I think just trying to get out front and stay out front. The start's going to be so important, which it always is, but especially out with that many people.
Awesome. Well, you heard it from here, number 86, Donovan Willis. He said there's a bunch of people out here. Getting that number 1 spot and getting that great gate pick is it. And I'm going to head it back up to Pam and Ken. Back up to you guys.
And once again, thank you, Tiffany. We appreciate all the work down there, and welcome to Mid-America Outdoors. It is a beautiful day, as you can see back behind us. Part of the track there located back behind us as well, and we watch a monitor that's up inside of the trailer that's in front of us, so that's why we say once in a while we can't see everything. You actually probably see the track better than we do, but it's a beautiful day out here as we get ready to go into the women's turbo category. We have an ambassador in this one as well with Kendra Hoop out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Looks like, we have Youth 1K that came up on the board. We need Women's Turbo. So Morgan Vanover inside of this one, Marissa Smith, Brittany Dunn-Crisco. She's a lot of fun.
And she's a rookie this year.
She's a rookie, yeah, and I think she's actually competing in a couple of categories. Jennifer MAO, Ariel Byriski, and Kendra Hoop, as we talked about before. So we'll go back out to the starting line here. You can see the 7 of them out there on the line. And you've been inside of this category, so what's going through their minds right now, sitting on the starting line?
Where they're going to keep their line on this first turn. This first turn is definitely the first key turn. Like we were saying, you know, if you're on the right side of that pillar, it's a little bit different. You have to stay in that line, but it makes you go left. But what's going through their mind probably right now is just keep it together, because you don't win a race in the first turn.
Alyssa Graham is also in the field. Did not have her initially on my entry list, so best of luck to her as well in the number 96 car. And, of course, as we talked about before, they did a pill draw a little bit earlier to pick their gate choice. And as you talked about, you want to be on driver's left to try to open up that first right-hander, give you a nice straight line at it, or at least as straight as possible.
And that's what I hear the drivers talking about. But when I was out there, I was on the other side of the pillar, and I was like, oh, because I didn't know.
It makes that turn a little tighter, doesn't it?
It does make it a little tighter. They did open it up a little bit more this year, so it's not as tight. But, yeah, it's definitely key. But you can see right there that we have 4 of them on that left side, on driver's side. But going into that first turn, it's not a super tight right, but you have to make that right turn, but you go up into that loop. I call it a hairpin. But coming down that hill is that off camber, and that off camber right there, that's where, you got to check up a little bit. Coming down that hill, you have to be on your brakes. There's no way you can take that turn at full speed. You might want to try it, but it's not going to work out very well for you.
Right. Yeah. And the same scenario, right? If you can line up to the left and kind of apex that thing as late as possible, straighten it up as much as possible, it'll help you. If you have to come down to that off-camber right-hander really tight on the inside, man, it's a handful for sure. You really got to check up.
Definitely, and you're coming out of that right-hand turn, the off-camber turn. You want to get on the gas as soon as you can because you go directly into a tabletop.
Right. So you want to try to clear that
yes.
for sure. Yeah.
So lots of right-hand turns on this race course. But yeah, you go off the tabletop into another right-hand turn. We used to go up into a Talladega turn. Like we said earlier, they've cut that out of the race course due to the track changes this year. So they no longer have that. That was always a very interesting turn as well. Lots of battles went on in that hairpin Talladega turn.
No question. Yeah. Really exciting start to these races because of that track and the way the design is. By the way, these cars here, the turbos, and they are off. Women's turbo off here. A couple of them a little bit tardy there at leaving the line. Finally got it going. I saw a single-seater in there as well. We've got contact right off the bat. Two of them getting together.
And that's where I always say it's like, you wait up just a minute so you're not in that carnage that might actually happen. And Miss Kendra Hoop, she is in a brand new Can-Am this year. She had it built by S3 Power Sports. So it's a brand new car for her. And actually what's funny about this is Brittany is in Kendra Hoop's old car from last year.
There you go. Good stuff. And we should tell you that these cars are identical to the Pro Turbos, to the Expert Turbos. I mean, there's nothing any different about these in terms of the rule package, I should say, and depending on how they built it. But as you just talked about, I mean, state-of-the-art center for building cars there, and I promise you, she's got great stuff.
Definitely. And, these ladies, some of them are running other classes. So their car can go into whatever class they want to go into, as in the Expert or whatever, because this is just a women's only turbo class. We also have the Vet 40 Plus class that if any of them are over that age group, that they can go race that as well.
Yeah, we mentioned it before. You mentioned Brittany being a rookie here in the category. Brittany Dunn-Crisco, and in the number 22 car, she's actually competing in two different categories, so she'd be able to run an amateur turbo, and she can run a women's turbo.
Exactly, and that's exactly where we were going with that for sure, that they can run in any of those other, whatever expert level that they driving skill that they fit into, they can race in that as well. And there's the race line jump right there that they are going over. We'll see here in just a moment who's going to be coming across in that first position, but it looks like it's going to be the 917. And that is Miss Kendra Hoop that is running in that first position. Looks like Brittany is actually in second position right now. And we have Alicia Graham in that third position.
Yeah, three of them back there with a nice little battle going on. Hoop with a nice size lead there. You see about a second and a half gap.
I was getting ready to say, Kendra Hoop has checked out. She's checking out right now. But, when you're also battling, and you know this, Ken, you've been in this industry for many, many years, way more than me. But once they're in that battle, it sometimes slows you down. So that will allow somebody that has clean air to get away from you.
Yeah, I was looking at the battle there between third and fourth, separated by about a half a second there. Still is about 0.4 of a second. So anything can happen right there. And you're exactly right. Yeah, that's what you want as a leader. You want them to get the racing behind you, and they're busy racing with each other. They can't put in a fast lap. If you've got some clean air, as you talked about before, out of the dust, and really not much dust out here to speak of so far today. It's been beautiful, but if you can get out in that clean air, get them to race behind you, you can really drive away. I think Brittany's able to take advantage of that as well. There's a second gap between her and third place. So first and second with some good clean air here. Just settle in, as I talked about before. Have your spotter tell you, hey, no pressure here. Just drive your best line and put together some good laps.
Yes, hold your line and just stick with it and just find your pace and don't let up. That's for sure. And there is no drafting in this, so that's another reason why those, the ones that get bunched up are a little bit slower as well.
Yeah, there's really not, you're not able to take much advantage of the draft. You talked about flat landing before, and she just cleared the tabletop and the landing, so landed hard on the nose of the car.
And that happens on that race line jump right there. It's kind of crazy because when you take off of it, it's not a tabletop. not really a tabletop, but more rounded. And so when you're in the air, you don't see the other side until your tires are on the ground, unless you're nose diving in.
And for the fans that have never driven one of these or been out here on the track, maybe you have them at home, you've never raced a vehicle like this before, you brought up something that's extremely important. We cannot stress enough the lack of vision that's inside of these cars. When you're out here, everything is blind. You sit really low in the car for starters, and you hit any one of the face of any one of those jumps, you don't know what's on the backside. So, and it's very difficult to see, so you have to have great memory, you have to have a good feel for it, and you really need some seat time. Just you've got to get some laps in on one of these tracks to be fast.
Exactly, and that is Morgan Vanover right there on the screen, her yellow Can-Am.
Yeah, up into second place according to timing and scoring there. We'll see if it remains that way. Brittany falling down to third, and a huge gap between first and second now. 148 lap time there for Hoop. That's a really respectable effort for sure. She's doing a wonderful job.
She is doing an amazing job. She is one of our Mid-America ambassadors as well. But Kendra Hoop, Morgan Vanover in that second position.
And if Brittany's a rookie, I mean, she's got to be tickled with this. Top three. I mean, that's a pretty good go.
That is awesome. I mean, she's been around the sport for, been around it. Just now she's got her a car this year, and she's going to be out there and pushing it to do as good as she can, and she's doing amazing out there right now running in that third position.
Her and her husband, Bubba. Bubba's out here. Big boy, very, very successful businessman. Of course, she's quite a character. She's a feisty one for sure. Belongs in a race car.
It's fun. If I wasn't doing this, I'd be in one.
I don't blame you.
It's definitely a blast. These ladies have fun. There is a caution over there in the turn right before they go up that hairpin off the start. Not sure who it is off the track, but that right there is the 96 of Alicia Graham in that single seat.
Yeah, and I wonder, I see Smith down there in the Marissa Smith there, the number 14 car is last on timing and scoring. So I did see a car parked on the left-hand side going up the hill, so possibly a mechanical for her.
The other thing about these race cars are belts. Belts will break out here. So if you're on the gas when you're landing too, sometimes that can cause your belt to snap. It's not, or if you're on the brakes, I should say, when you're landing. There's certain things you need to know about these cars when you're driving them, because those belts can be very sensitive. But we do have plenty of belts up in the front pro shop.
And we should clarify belts, because people might be thinking safety harnesses. You're talking about the belt on the engine.
Yes, exactly. The drivetrain belt.
Like, oh, what do you mean their safety belts are snapping? No.
Definitely not those.
The CVT style clutch uses a big, thick drive belt that it pulls off of, and yes, I mean, you can build a lot of heat in those things, and unfortunately they will give up on you. So, and like you said, and you have to have kind of a technique on how to drive them and not break them.
Yes, because they will break. It takes a lot, though. Like you said, they're strong. They are very, very strong belts.
I mean, when you look at them, you wonder, like, how could this thing ever break? But when you see what that CVT does and how it expands and contracts and what that belt has to go through, the heat that it has to endure, it kind of makes sense.
Yes, and that's Morgan Vanover right there. Followed closely behind is Alicia Graham. And they will be getting the checkered flag. They just got the checkered flag, so we are all almost done with this heat race in the women's turbo class.
22 car out there driving by as well. Brittany looks like she will finish this one up. Congratulations to her.
And I just saw Kendra Hoop's name on the bottom of that list. I'm not sure if something happened with Miss Kendra Hoop or if it was just flipping around there for just a moment. We'll get our results here in just a minute.
She was way out front.
Yes, she was.
Hopefully things ended up well for her, and that did not happen. A couple more classes here to go for this first round. We will end things up with the Pro Turbo category, as we were teasing that when we first came on here. Just an incredible list of talented drivers. Looking forward to that one. It will be a vicious battle. The Veterans 40 Plus Turbo category will be coming up here next. And see the 14 car of Marissa Smith out there moving along.
Yep, you get all of your 4 laps in and keep going.
And Tiffany had a chance to speak with Brittany a little bit earlier.
Brittany? Well, nice job. Look at your hair. I love this, Brittany. You and I were just talking, and a big congratulations to you. This is your 2023 rookie season. You were just telling me that you used to race monster mega trucks, and with that being said, obviously this is a lot different. How are you feeling doing a few laps here at Mid-America?
Well, this was my second race. It's definitely a little swirly. I don't know what's going on, but we'll just make a few adjustments and look everything over, so I'll be ready for race number 2.
Well, and talking about that, you've got that smile on there, and with your race number 2, really, what'd you learn from the few laps that you turned over here?
The track is changing like almost every lap, so it's getting more rutted up down towards the bottom. So I know, like, I have to remember when I get down there, there's some pretty deep ruts. So it's changing, as the day goes on. So, but the Good Boy Vodka Can-Am's doing good.
Awesome. I love that. Well, best of luck to you. I'm going to let you get back. We've got that big main coming over here. And it's incredible to see so many people come out here, especially for their rookie season like Brittany right now. And I am going to be able to bring you guys all the action once they get off the track back up to the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Appreciate that. Great. Congratulations to Brittany. Awesome effort, man. And it sounds like she's really switched on and having a good time.
Exactly. Having a lot of fun out there, but she's already been out there once today, so she has 2 more to go.
Second time around. This is what we were talking about, that lap time, right? The seat time out here on the track. That's what's most important. So, once again, we're going to take a quick break here, pay some bills. We'll be right back. We've got plenty of racing yet to go.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust.
Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
And once again, we're back here at Mid-America Outdoors, round number 1 of the side-by-side championships here for 2023, as we take a look at the veterans 40-plus turbo category. And the reigning, it looks like they already launched them. I heard those guys just take off. Reigning champ, by the way, coming out of this category is Rusty Pipes. And once again, we talked about some of them. Oh, up on the bike. Couldn't save it. Tried to save it right there. Could not get it done. Does land back on all fours. Looks like everything's okay. Picks the throttle back up and takes off. The safety of these vehicles, pretty cool right there. But an exciting start, and as I was talking about, the reigning champ here, Rusty Pipes. We'll find out how he does here. And this one, Sean Murphy, also in this. Finished up second in the points a year ago as they take off here, lap number 1.
Man, that was the longest bicycle I think I've seen so far out here at Mid-America.
Try to ride them out and save it and keep the speed going. Didn't go quite his way.
Trying to turn into that one, or how you have to turn to get out of it, definitely didn't work. That was another bicycle there that just went by our camera.
12 vehicles inside of this one, which is great.
Going on the back side of the section in the step up, and we have our second wave that will be starting here in just a moment. But yes, a total of 12 vehicles out here for the Vet Plus Turbo class.
First, second, third, and fourth, all very tight as it stands right now. Looks like Moore out there in front. Justin Moore doing a good job from Stephenville, Texas, trying to hold the dogs off.
And then it looks like we have Matt Hecker, and look who's in this class again.
Kevin Hall's
Kevin
also
Hall.
inside of this one, yeah, and is up there inside of the top 3.
Going over that race line jump.
Rusty Pipes inside of the top 5 as well, currently in 4th place. So those first 4, as we talked about, were very close there, all pretty much nose to tail. Any small mistake was going to be a position swap.
And you can see right there that they're in a left-hand turn, and it's very, very slippery right there. The water, that's where the water's running down, but it's definitely slippery in a driver's turn in that corner.
Yeah, you could see how they actually, the momentum was pushing them to the right side of the track, trying to hold it in, maybe a lane to the left, a little bit tighter if possible, but if you're carrying a ton of speed, all that momentum pushes the car out to the right, and then as you talked about, the track being a little slick as well.
Yes, and that's probably the wettest part of the course. It is where the water runs down the hill over there, and it just is not drying up for sure right now. Maybe later on in the main events it'll be a little bit drier, but right now it's not.
Well, we talked about those 4 being very, very close, and Rusty Pipes was in 4th. Now timing and scoring showing him up in 1st place. Minute 38 lap time, that's getting it done.
Yes, so Rusty Pipes in that first, and then Johnson second, and Hall third. Hecker fourth, and Moore in 5th right now. And right there, that's the 47 of Rusty Pipes. That was on camera. There he goes again.
Nice landing right there. We talk about the damper program, the shock program. As you saw him go over that jump and then land, you see no rebound out of that car at all. It just squats. It keeps the tires planted on the ground. Consequently, he can go right back to the throttle and start digging.
Yes, and right here, this corner, there was a little bit of a jump in it on last season. I'm not sure if they took it out with the track changes or not, but going in that left-hand sweeper there last year, it was kind of fun to watch the little jump in between it.
Yeah, nice line right there. You keep an eye on the 46 car.
Mr.
That's Kevin Hall.
Mm-hmm.
Great overhead shot there, courtesy of our drone team. Drivers love this stuff too. I mean, they'll go back and watch a ton of video.
It's good homework.
Yeah, absolutely, and try to perfect their line. Maybe take a look at it. And speaking of racing, man, here we go, side by side. The battle is on here in this tight right-hander.
It looks like it's the 27 of Jeff Johnson is a part of that battle going on. I caught his number.
Yeah, now it looks like Rusty Pipes back down into 3rd place here, so Kevin Hall up into 1st.
And Jeff Johnson in that 2nd position. It's hard seeing the numbers, especially when the mud kicks up on them.
They're putting our eyes to the test. There's no question.
Yes.
27 car there as well. That is Jeff Johnson, as you were talking about before, out of Bentonville, Arizona. I wonder if I typed that in wrong. Bentonville sounds like Arkansas to me.
It sounds like the airport that I fly into.
Yeah. Home of Walmart.
They're on the back section there, going over the tabletops. The 27, and I believe in that 2nd position, I can't quite make out that number again.
Yeah,
Bucafusco.
Bucafusco, yeah, 901 out of Rockwall, Texas. Making his way up there to the front of the pack as well.
Mike is also a part of the crew that helps out on the track. When he's not in his race car, he's over there lining cars up and helping out over in tech. Look at the battle going on right there. There's the slippery part going into that left-hand turn after the start-finish line.
Yeah, the guys leaning on each other there. It's 31 car of Matt Hecker out of Whitestown, Indiana. That's just a little bit south of Indianapolis. Right there on him, though.
And the white flag is out.
Yeah, good battles going on here in this Vet 40-plus category. Again, this is the turbo side of things. Oh, man, almost up into the back bumper there. Got a good run over that tabletop.
Is that Mike? I believe that was Mike Buckafusco right there. A little muddy on the numbers.
Yeah, these guys doing battle out here for sure, and the side-by-side stuff, kicking some mud up on top of each other.
Look at that.
Of course, tear-offs also critical.
4 cars going over the race line jump. A little bicycling going on by the car that's in that second position going over the jump.
Yeah, no easy task to run that tight behind somebody because you are eating some roost. Track looks spectacular.
Yes, it does.
Crew has really worked hard. A little soft hole coming out of the left-hander at the top of the hill.
Oh, I see that too. All right, so that's the 901 of Mike Buckafusco in the first position of that 4-car battle that you're seeing right there. That just went over that tabletop jump after the right-hand turn.
Yeah, and all that subject to change here in this next lap because they are all very close.
And now
great battle side by side right there.
Yes, 2 and 3 is side by side. Putting on a show for everybody at home. If you're tuning in and watching it, get on and let us know on our social media who you're rooting for. That's always fun to go back and see the cheering and the back and forth comments. It's so fun. But they are still battling at second position, right? Second and third going up that tabletop or the step up.
It's cool that they have that much trust with each other. Both of them are racing each other very clean, giving each other enough racing room to go side by side.
Exactly. It's
nothing more frustrating than watching a spotter drive the car. Whenever they tell somebody's there and then they purposely run them high or run them low.
I was trying to see that number. I think you were doing the same thing, trying to see that number of the second position car right there.
I'm trying to keep my papers on the desk as the wind has just suddenly kicked up.
I think I'm going to turn into a popsicle. Nice battle going on over on the other side of that jump.
Mike
and
Johnson,
a spin
Hector,
out right there. Oh, and
left
look
front
at that.
failure.
He turned, and I think that car hit him. That is the number 90. That is Michael Pritchard. Still going to get across that finish line, though.
At
if he can turn right.
Yeah, I think he's done right there, unfortunately.
So close, so close.
You can see it, can't get there. Make another run at it. How about that?
But he didn't have any cars pass by him. All right, so it looks like Mr. Rusty Pipes in that number 1 position right there.
Yeah, what a great battle up there, the top 4 cars. I think all of them had a chance to be out front there at one time or another. We'll take a look at final results here. As Rusty Pipes is going to get the win here in this Moto 1. Jeff Johnson, Matt Hecker, and Mike Buckafusco. Richard Baird to round out the top 5. Tiffany Stone once again down there at the finish line. And let's get it down to Tiffany. Find out who she's with.
Nope. Ready? Rusty, it is so good to chat with you. Obviously, you were the last year class champion. You're closing your eye. You got a little bit of dirt in there. You're saying this is a brand new setup. This is a brand new car. Walk me through how you're feeling so far.
Well, it's doing pretty good. As you can see, I was out in the lead, doing pretty dominant, getting the feel of the car, and the car just shut off. This is the second time that it's done that today. I don't know. I got to find this gremlin. It's not good to be shutting the throttle off and all the ignition off. Rebooted it, came back on, pulled out third, had to catch up. Anyway, it's a tough gig, and yeah, had to raise my visor a couple times because of the water on the visor. But anyway, we'll figure it out and get ready for the feature.
Well, and talking about that, Rusty, I know that this is no stranger to you. You know this course. We've changed a little bit on the track as well. You're doing a great job out there. It's a little bit windy, which is going to keep the dust down for you. Obviously, the track is coming in pretty nice, too. A lot of the moisture is coming up. Best of luck to you, sir. Hopefully, you'll be able to get out those gremlins. And, yeah, Rusty is working out some things. I really enjoy talking to him all the time. He's got a great car. I know he's looking forward to this 2023 program. And back up to you guys.
Thanks, guys.
And once again, thanks a lot, Tiffany. We appreciate that. We have, of course, the big dogs are going to come up here and turn them loose. The Pro Turbos are lining up, ready to rock and roll. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back to watch the pros go at it.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Get it, boys.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust.
Double E Racing.
W Racing. We help build champions.
And once again, welcome back to Mid-America Outdoors. You can see that the Pro Turbos are lining up, ready to make some noise here. A class in excess of 20 deep. We will take a look at some of the best players in the country for sure as you take a look at it right there. And Corey Willis finished second in the points. Scott Champion, our reigning champion. Cody Martin, 2021 champion. Hunter Miller inside of here as well. Kanan Baker, also a champion inside of this category at the young age of 15. Tim Farr has won hundreds of races in ATVs, 13 championships, pro-level rider out here in a UTV now. Robert Van Beekum, as we talked about before, he's probably the veteran of the category. I mean, he's been out here racing for the better part of 20-plus years. Cody Martin in there as well. How about Kyle Chaney, a 3-time consecutive King of the Hammers winner? I mean, it just goes on and on. It is a who's who. Johnny Holter out of Wisconsin. I'm excited, man. This class is stacked.
Yes, it is. We'll be starting here in just a moment. The green flag on this one, this is the one that everybody wants to come over here and make sure they watch. It's a very exciting race. Like you're saying, the heavy hitters, so much fun. So we're going to have the 3 different waves as well in this class. We have 24 racers that should be starting here in just a moment.
As you can see, a full wave here of all 8 cars all the way across. I'm telling you, the talent level here is second to none. These guys will push each other. They'll go side by side. Oh, almost a jump start there out of 3 cars. So clearly something going on. They're going to back them up, give them another shot at this deal. These guys know how to get it done. No doubt about it. They'll run side by side. They'll push each other. They have absolutely no fear and ridiculous amount of talent. The equipment's second to none, and they're already going at it. They'll know how to pitch it in, back it in. These cars can be difficult to turn. They've got spools in them, but they know how to get it done.
And look at that. You have the Can-Am, one of the Miller brothers. I believe that.
Oh, big moment right there, but a good save on the back side of that jump through the right-hander. Still trying to gather that thing up.
And that's Cash LaCroix in the white panel with the red cage.
Yeah, and you talked about Cash being really young out here, but talented.
Very talented. He comes from the rock bouncing world, and he definitely knows how to drive these cars out here.
And he's sideways again. I really think he has an issue with the car. I wonder if he's got an issue with the steering box because he was really having a difficult time to hang on to it.
You know, he keeps that right foot down a little too much, I think.
Exuberance, youth and exuberance, as they say.
Yes.
Willis out front, and Corey Willis, we talked about before, finishing up second in the points a year ago to Scott Champions. Really developed a nice car. One of our sponsors, by the way, this year. This battle for first and second is on, separated by just a few inches. Nose to tail here. Might even be able to go for a pass right there.
I'm wondering, these guys might get into the sub-minute time out here on their laps. They are hauling the MAO for sure.
Yeah, that's the 21 car trying desperately. That is Kanan Baker trying desperately to take over the lead here. Has been all over him.
Kanan Baker's been out here racing a long time. He's one of our Mid-America ambassadors as well. So we have Corey Willis in that number 1 position. Kanan Baker in second. That is...
Looks like a PPI car there in third place. Let's see if we can get a number on that Can-Am that's out front.
Actually, that is Hunter Miller in front. I'm sorry about that. So Hunter Miller, Kanan Baker, then Corey Willis is in that third position.
So all three of them there, and things jostling up.
Oh,
Hunter Miller up on the bike there through that right-hander. One of them on its lid there as well. Safety to them right away. That right-hander is tough, and it's starting to rut up as well, so it'll really bite you if you can't kick the back end out just a little bit. It'll get you up on the bike. We've seen a number of people on the bike there, but I believe that's the first one we've seen in our 6 or 7 races because of the split there for Expert that actually went all the way over.
It's right there. It's fairly tight turn, and you're coming off that tabletop directly into the right turn, so that's where you have to check up. And like you're saying, bicycling is because they're checking up so much, and then they maybe not quite enough, and that's why they're doing it.
Right.
You got Johnny Holcher that was up there on screen. He has been out racing for a long time, started in the mod carts way back when, but another young gentleman in this class.
Top 3 still the same. Hunter Miller, Kanan, and then Corey Willis. They're already catching some lappers.
Those 3 have checked out. They have a pretty big lead right there.
Yeah, and you look for Cody, you look for Scott Champion, our reigning champion from 2022. And people that you know have the speed.
Yes, and that's Zach Beavers. That's right there in the mix right there. We have the 22.
Another car over on its lid that they just rolled back over, so a caution flag area there. Everybody has to check up.
I mean, when you come into that turn right there and you are in a battle, like you have those 1, 2, 3, and 4 right there, it's hard to turn that brain off for just a slight second to get you through that caution flag, but there is a 25 mile per hour that you have to do when you are going by a caution flag. That's Johnny right there, the number 44. Zach Beavers.
Yeah, I heard Zach makes a ton of horsepower there inside of that one. It has been heavily massaged. Upwards, pushing upward in the high 280 to 300 horsepower.
And look, it's still a battle of those 4 cars right there going. Hunter Miller still has that lead with Kanan Baker in that second. Corey Willis. Tim Farr.
Yeah, and the big difference, I mean, first of all, they have the talent and the equipment to put together the fast lap, but these guys will put together 5 laps within tenths of a second of each other. Checking, there we go, we're back here.
And great drone footage right there. That was Zach Beavers going over the race line jump, coming into the finish line. We have 5 laps that they are doing in this heat race.
Looks like Tim Farr's made his way up into the top 5. I was curious to see how Tim was going to go. I mean, known for his ATV talents. We watched him race back in the late 90s. Absolutely one of the best of all time. Took a little bit of time off and decided he wanted to come back out and have some fun, but fun for Tim Farr is winning. That's what he does. That's what's fun. So we look forward to seeing him out here. Glad he's out here with this group.
And those 4 wheels, you know, you can't, like you're saying, he's coming from 4 wheels, but now just put a cage on it and here you go. Just put a steering wheel instead of a handlebar. Nice battles going on here.
Cody Miller, keep in mind Kyle Chaney back in here as well. It is a stacked up field, no question.
Going through the step-up area. That step-up right there, when they come up it, they have to go into a direct left as soon as they get on that step-up on the back section of the race course.
The step-up's a lot of fun. Sometimes they'll groom the track and the face of it gets wet and it'll spin the tire, turn the car sideways. It can get pretty interesting pretty quickly.
It's all about tires here, I hear. You know, like I was saying earlier about the drivers, they all like to heckle back and forth about what the best tire is. which tire is going to be the stickiest.
And you know, we heard Brittany talking about how this track was changing lap by lap. If you want to see a track change by the lap, watch this category here, because they will absolutely destroy these turns. They are on the throttle hard, pushing all the weight of that car down into that tire, and it will run up quickly.
It looks like we should have probably 2 laps remaining here of the 5-lap race for our Pro Turbo class. And that's a great visual right there. You're going through the finish line, you make that left-hand turn. Right there at the top of the screen is where it's really, really slippery wet. And they go into the next left down that hairpin turn. It's just a great view for the people at home watching to see what this course looks like.
Once again, the top 3, still Hunter Miller doing a good job here, followed up by the young 15-year-old Kanan Baker, showing he is certainly worthwhile to come out here and play with the pros. Corey Willis, very successful businessman as well.
Great battle going on into that whoop section, the rhythm, non-rhythm. It looks like they changed it up a little bit. Last year it seemed like it was more, it bucked more, so it looks like they've rounded off those heels just a little bit more. There's Kanan Baker right there.
And Corey Willis applying all the pressure he possibly can. You can see going down through that unrhythm section. Looked like Corey's car, the back of it kicked up just a little bit, but I thought he was going to make a pass, and it looked like he might have made a small mistake right there in that left-hander.
And this right here is where it's, pushing them to be that better driver. It's just teaching them. And you want to watch the person that's in front of you. You want to know, how are they taking that line? Because if I can do it just a little bit different, get past that driver that's in front of me.
Beautiful job there. Great shot of watching these guys stick the landing right there. That's how you do it. If they can land on the front tires and stand on the throttle, it'll pull that front end out from underneath them. They carry a little more speed. Good battle here. This is the battle for second place between young Kanan Baker, his sister, also competing in the Pro NA category. Opened up the bottom right there. Can Corey make him pay? Corey's got a run on him right there. Not going to be able to get there.
What a great finish right there. Corey was trying. He was pushing it really hard to try to get past Kanan.
So good battle here. Those are the first 3 across the stripe, I believe.
Yes, so it looks like Hunter Miller had a fast lap time of a 1:34. I thought they would get down into the sub minute there for
It goes to show you just how good, say, like, Rusty Pipes, we were talking about him, a minute 38 lap time. So, 4 seconds off of these pros is,
it's good.
On this big track is right there, really.
That is definitely something that you should be proud of, for being only 4 seconds behind. And classes, they do that too. A lot of the classes, they go and they compare their times to where they're at in the pro, because like you're saying, the cars are the same, the rules are the same.
Benchmark, yeah,
so
for sure.
You know where you're at, and it's the weights of the cars too. A lot of the cars are built just for short course racing. They have to be a certain weight, a minimum weight.
Yeah,
and that's
in
where you
this particular
push it.
category, 1,750 pounds for the turbos. So, yeah, you want to get as close to that as possible. A lot of times they just can't get there. You want some ballast in the car to help the car turn. So maybe you put a little bit of extra weight on the car up on the nose to set the nose and get it to rotate the way you want it to, and give up that lighter weight advantage. You'd rather have a working car than a car that is right at minimum weight. So excellent stuff here. Really looking forward to that race, and it did not fail. We knew it would be exciting. And, wow, they're saying that final results here indicating Kyle Chaney won that race. We did not see that from where we were standing. Hunter Miller, Cody Miller, completely different than what we saw. Kanan Baker, Corey Willis, Tim Farr ending up in the 6th position. As you can see the second page there, and over 20 vehicles inside of this one. Cody Martin there in 11th. Rim Reed in 12th. Zach Beavers in 13th. Scott Champion, our reigning champion, finishes up in 15th.
What a race. That was a great race.
Incredible race for sure. And once again, Tiffany Stone down there at the finish line with Hunter Miller, who I believe is our winner. Let's confirm. Tiffany?
Okay, cool. All right, Hunter. So it's good to chat with you here. Last time you were really here was for Visions 2021, and you said you were actually Ultra 4 racing that day. Side by side now for 2023. How are you feeling now?
I feel great. We got here. I didn't really know what to expect, to be honest with you. New track. I heard all kinds of rumors about what they were doing. Got here and obviously practice was rained out yesterday, so I didn't get a lot of track time, but felt awesome. I mean, the car was absolutely amazing. The track came together just beautifully, Track crew did an amazing job getting it ready. Can-Am was on rails, This place is always tough with tires. We run Maxxis tires everywhere, but we went with the Liberty, and actually they worked really awesome. So, yeah, very happy.
Well, and talking about tires and the condition of the track, obviously it was a little wet. We got a lot of rain on Thursday, but now it's starting to dry up. You're starting to be able to see everything. I can actually look down and see a little bit of blue groove starting to come in. It's getting slick. With that being said, what's the game plan? Obviously taking second in this heat, but game plan for the main?
Yeah, definitely. We're just going to keep an eye on it, see how the track comes together. It's obviously going to dry out more, and some rubber's going to get laid down on the track. Honestly, I'm not going to change too much. Car felt so good, it's in a groove, and I don't want to go backwards, that's for sure. So, I think Kyle got me by a couple seconds there in the second wave, but there's a ton of carnage the first lap, lots of caution flags that we kind of idled through, but looking forward to battling in the main.
Awesome. Well, it's good to have you here for the entire season for 2023. And like you said, you're not really going to change anything. So make sure you guys stay tuned. We've got a lot of great racing going on for the rest of the day. But please stay tuned as we're going to take this quick commercial break and be back with another round of great racing.
No matter what, it's never an easy event. And it never will be, and that's what makes King of the Hammers King of the Hammers. Tire choice is everything. I mean, to have a tire that's reliable and consistent and drives well out in the desert, but yet when we get to these crazy rock sections, still has grip and performs, and we can hit these sharp, jagged edge rocks and not have a problem, is what we need. And the Rockzilla is definitely our second to none when it comes to the UTV tires. And it just speaks traction. It's got big lugs hanging off the side. It's got big lugs down the side of the sidewall of the tire. If you're gonna look for something that makes traction and is gonna grip in rocks and dirt and everything, you look at a Rockzilla and go, man, that thing looks like it's gonna do the job right there.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Aliana Baker. Now, last year we saw you just dominate your class, and then of course you did a team ride. But this year you're moving up. Last year it was Expert NA. This year you're going to Pro NA. Walk me through how that makes. I mean, look at your smile already. I didn't even finish the question, and you just seem so excited to be here.
I am super nervous to move to the Pro NA class with all those big names out there, especially Chase Carr, Colin Tring, Hayden Baker, and everybody else in that class. I'm super nervous to be riding with them and racing, and I'm nervous but excited.
Well, and talking about that, racing against family members sometimes can be a little tricky. You have this such great camaraderie off the track, but on the track, it is no holds bar. You are out there to win. And with that being said, what is the most important thing for you right now for this 2023 season?
I'm just gonna try to stick with them and keep my car together and just try to run up there with them, see where that takes me.
Awesome, and you're doing something cool. You've got a giveaway. What's that all about?
Yeah, we're doing a giveaway. We're trying to help the Team Baco. We're trying to help that out and just get things going and have some fun with it.
What's your giveaway?
It's the Honda E2 bike. It's an all-electric bike, and it's super fun. It's pretty fast, though.
Awesome. Well, I love that. If you guys want to check this out, make sure you follow along, find out, reach out to her. She's going to give you all the details. Thank you so much for stopping by, and back up to you guys.
Well, thanks a lot, Tiffany. And once again, welcome back, everybody, for the second half.
The mains.
The mains, yes,
so
exactly.
This is where it all matters right here. This is heat one. You raced. Now we're going to stack you in based on how you finished in your heat, and we're going to send everybody at one time. So this is what it's all for.
Yeah,
right
no
here.
waves,
yeah,
no stages,
no waves.
no nothing. It's,
nothing.
It's green flag, checkered flag, and nothing else in the middle except maybe once in a while a yellow.
That's exactly it. And, going through the day so far, what we have seen is everybody came prepared for the 2023 season. New cars, They look good. They're super fast. They are set on wide open, and they're handling their business out here. It's been some great racing so far this morning, Scott.
Well, I guarantee you this, when the guys were out here, when the pros were out,
oh, yeah.
some of the sportsman teams were out here watching that as well, getting a little tips here and there, because the sportsmen came up, and I can't help but think there's a little bit of timidness going on. You know, they were kind of timid about hitting the track first time.
Yeah.
All these new configurations out there on the course. Didn't know exactly how to attack it. Plus, the track conditions were way different than when the pros
Totally.
had it.
Yep.
So now I think the guys know what's going on. The kids know what's going on.
Yep.
And like you said, it's got a really strong final round feel to it, even though this is round one.
Yeah, it does, for sure. I mean, they're setting the tone early in the season for what we can expect throughout the year. I think everybody here is wanting to battle for a championship. I mean, who wouldn't want to leave here at the end of the 2023 season with the title, of the MAO short course champion in their class? So I've been blown away this morning. That Pro Turbo, that was absolutely awesome. We're going to get to see more of that action in the main coming up, and I'm super excited for that later. We're going to start it off at the top of the running order again here shortly, run back through these mains, and I'm excited. I'm ready for some more racing. We had a nice little break. I got a sandwich from the steakhouse up there. It was really good. And are you ready for this?
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to remind everybody, this is round one. Excuse me, of the 2023 MAO Side-by-Side Championship Series. This is the St. Patrick's Day weekend breakout.
That's right.
And had a great time. I mean, we've been here for a couple days already, and just kind of reacquainting ourselves with everybody in the pit area. And what we weren't seeing on social media during the winter months, we were caught up to date as we walked around the pits, because not everybody's active on the social medias. Well, there's a little bit of, kind of secret stuff going on here and there under the table.
Well, nobody
kind of
wants to give all the secrets away.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
So we caught a little bit of that, and it's now time to throw the cards on the table and see who's got what for a hand.
And it was cool, too, coming back after last season and getting to walk around and see a lot of new faces here, a lot of new people, shake some hands, and meet some new racers. It's awesome. That's what we want. We want everybody that comes here to spread the word about how amazing this facility is, all the different, outdoor events that we host with AOE and everything here at Mid-America Outdoors at the park. So you guys follow on social media. Spread the word. Tell everybody. You got to come up here and hang out with us. It's nothing but the best of the times you'll ever have when you're up here. So
absolutely,
we have coined it for sure. If you guys at home know what FOMO is fear of missing out. Well, when you're here, you get a strong case of that. It just doesn't go away. I remember last night I went and laid in my trailer. It was probably 12:30, 12:45, and all I could hear was people still having fun. And I was like, man, I can't go to sleep, but we have to be up and do this, so here we are, and I've had a great day so far. It's a little windy, a little cold, but we got bluebird skies today. We had some rain earlier in the week. It, I think, laid down a great kind of prep for the track. The track crew did a great job getting it ready. It's held together really well through all the first round of heats and everything, and we're about to see some of this action coming back.
Yeah, well, before the action hits the track, we're going to step aside real quick. We'll be right back after this with more racing action, main events.
What's up, guys? Here we are, 2023 Mid-America season opener. Super excited to be here. We came up from Texas for this year. We did 2 rounds up here last year, had an absolute blast. This is definitely going to be the premier series this year. So we're up here going to run the expert class. Hoping that everything goes really smooth this year and we can get in there and mix it up. Hopefully walk away with a championship at the end of the year. We'll see what happens, but man, we're super excited to be here for round 1. The racing is going to be absolutely phenomenal. The expert class is going to be stacked. The whole facility up here, just super pumped to be at Mid-America. Missed not being here as much as we could last year, but we're super excited to be here.
We're back. My buddy Austin Dinger right there. He's throwing down a great interview. Texas boy, Team 360 driver, Dinger Excavation, Crown Construction. He's got a whole list of sponsors. And he threw down a heater earlier. I don't know if anybody really noticed this, but I was keeping track of times. And I'm just saying, his pace was up there pretty close to the front of the pack with Pro Turbo. So that kid was running real fast this morning, Scott.
Well, the thing is, again, there's a guy that's been doing a lot of homework over the offseason.
Yeah.
You know, he's been working hard on his business.
New car.
Creating income to take care of his race program.
That's right.
And he's been working the candle at both ends.
Yep.
So more credit to him.
Yeah, me and Joey always like Dinger. Dinger's got one heck of a dump truck that he drives around in Fort Worth, Texas. You know, that's an inside thing, you know, but Dinger's my boy. I really like that guy. Team 360 represented out there, and great interview with Austin. I'm excited to have him back. Last year he ran partial season here. This year he's planning to run the full season, the whole thing. He's set up. He's got his family here. They're a big support system for him.
So what was the reasoning last year? I talked to him, I think, once on one of the weekends he was here. How come he didn't run the whole season?
Well, he'd already committed. He was running some different races and some different things. And, you know, Austin's one of those people, when you get to know him pretty well, the one thing you know about him is he's a perfectionist. He wants his things to be a certain way. He wants it to be dialed in. He wants it to be perfect. And he's one of those guys where, you know, he'll show up, he'll test the waters a little bit, but he's not going to fully dive in until he knows he's ready to come out here and win a championship. And, you know, I think he's ready to do battle this year for it. And we saw that in his round 1 race, just with the times he was putting in that new car. They've been working hard on that thing, and that thing seems to be literally dialed in. So we're going to see what he can do in the mains. I'm excited for him. I'm definitely pulling for him. He's a hometown buddy of mine, so we hang out quite a bit at home when we can. He definitely is a hard worker, and I'm proud of him. So we'll see where he goes with this. I'm hoping he has a great season. He's definitely poised to do that. So let's just see if he can do it. You know, that's all that's left to do. It's his deal now.
Yeah, that's the fun part. Let the cards fall where they may, and what driver, what team, they're all throwing it out on the racetrack. And speaking of the racetrack, I kind of glanced over there. You know, with all the racing we had in the first half today, all the heat races, and the car counts are up, so there's more traffic on the track than last year. There's not been a whole lot of track prep going on getting ready for the second half. That's a testament to the track crew that we got now, how hard they worked in the first half. I always say that when you have a moist track, almost in perfect conditions, and you're going to wonder, why are they out there watering it now? Why are they doing it now, like every second or third race? They're staying on top of it.
Yep.
If they lose it and it gets dried out and blue grooved, you can't get it back.
Right.
It takes overnight to work it again. So again, right now they're doing it again. They're staying on top of it.
Yep.
They're staying it. They're not going to overwater it, but they're going to take it. They know right where that limit is. They know right where it's at, and they'll water to that spot, right to that line.
Yeah, Gus and his crew, they've done an excellent job up here with the track. The whole MAO staff, everybody involved with making things happen. You know, during the off season when everybody's at home working on cars and doing their things and getting ready for this, you know, the staff's up here working super hard to get everything here ready for them to come here. And, you know, the ultimate goal of this is to put on the best racing series possible and give everybody the best experience while they're here. And so hats off to all the MAO staff, all the AOE staff, everybody for what they've done so far. Man, there's so much more to come, too, throughout the year. I mean, we're really just getting started. So I'm excited. I look forward to all the things that we're going to bring this year and the new things that we're going to do. The
Go ahead.
track
You
is
can
just,
go there. You can
man,
go there, man.
You know, I hope everybody at home has seen all the stuff with
the social media's just
my
been
man.
dropping.
You know, TP 199. You know, he's gonna be coming up here and doing for all these at home that don't know. That's Travis Pastrana. Come on, everybody knows him. But yeah, so there's big announcements on everything coming up here. I can just tell you right now, if you don't know about the Visions event that's coming up later this year, you definitely need to figure that out. Visions is huge. Visions is stacked full. I'm telling you, we've been working for the last week on finalizing schedule for everything for Visions. I don't know when I'm going to sleep. I really don't.
So you better
Yeah.
just take your credit card now and give it to the wife.
Yeah, so I can tell you this right now. Everybody at home that's watching, if you can hear me in the pits, if you're anywhere in here and you haven't put Visions on your calendar right now, you haven't taken off work, requested your PTO, done whatever you got to do, you better send that email come Monday morning because you don't want to miss it. There's going to be a lot of new stuff unveiled at Visions, tons of cool events, tons of racing. I bring the whole family, bring everybody. We're going to have just an absolute blast. So if you're looking for any of that information, you want to find out more, like we've been saying, follow us on social media, follow the MAO Instagram, and then also check us out on all the Facebook stuff. You can download the Mid-America Outdoors app for when you're here. It leads you around to everything in the park, shows you all the amenities, shows you upcoming events. You can actually do a lot of cool things in the app, so download that app. And then just plan it. Make your way up here. You got to be here. We miss you. We want you here.
Well, can you give us a little bit on the whole Travis Pastrana thing? And
so the announcements that have come out, obviously everybody knows this. In the future, you guys are going to have the opportunity, if you come up here to the park, to not only come here and race, but this will be a training facility. If you want to learn to do a backflip, if you want to do something crazy, here's
what I know about Travis. You go and hang out with him. You go to his place there in Maryland, and he'll talk you into doing something.
You're going to do a flip.
And he knows you're going to get hurt.
Yeah.
You know you're going to get hurt.
Yeah.
He knows that you know you're going to get hurt. And he'll still talk you into it, and you're still going to do it. And with a smile on your face.
Well, I think it's one of those things where when you get the opportunity, if Travis came here and was hanging out with us one day and he was like, hey, backflip that dirt mound over there. It's one of those things where you're going to do it just because it's Travis Pastrana that's asking you to do it, right?
Yeah.
Like, even if you do crash.
Yeah.
So that's the cool
Who jumps off
thing.
an airplane with nothing on but their underwear?
Travis Pastrana.
No parachute? just what?
So we're super excited to bring him in up here at the park. We got a ton of cool things. We're going to have a bunch of new tracks and training facilities that is coming in with Travis. The Nitro Circus crew will be here.
So it is Nitro Circus? I didn't know if there's so many Nitros out there. I didn't know which one it was going to be, or if it was going to be all of them. Or
well, either way, it's going to be big. It's going to be the biggest.
Yeah.
It'll be the biggest thing
What's
happening
scary
in the country for sure.
He's been quoted as saying he wants to build. This is going to be his dream track.
He has said that.
Concerning some of the stuff that he's done.
Yep.
What is his dream?
They're still working out all the details on that. Everybody will get to see that stuff coming soon.
Oh, so it'll be coming in.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of work going into building his dream track for sure, and it's definitely going to be right here in Jay, Oklahoma at Mid-America Outdoors, and we're super excited for that. We're excited for all the new things coming this year. Next race, round 2, will be in Wheatland, Missouri, which is super cool. That's a new add and change to the schedule this year, so excited to go there. Continue this racing and keep the 2023 season going strong for everybody. But
Wheatland
give them a little bit of a change.
Yeah, Wheatland is going to be cool because that's probably one of the most beautiful facilities.
Yep.
What do they call it? Diamond in the Dirt, I think it is called. Ken Stout's been there many, many times. I've been there once. But the track is like something you've never, ever seen.
Yeah.
Ever seen. I mean, there's one jump that's in the back section that the pro lights, well, I guess we can say this.
Yeah.
The pro lights have been jumping over 200 feet and probably 15 to 20 feet in the air.
Yeah, that's you just said something key there. I don't know if we've talked about it yet, but what did you just say?
Pro lights.
Pro lights?
Yeah.
And that is a
truck.
That's a truck. And I'm pretty sure if you're following along on social media, you'll know that we are launching the Mid-America Outdoors Truck Series.
Yeah. Yep.
So that's going to be coming up soon too.
And if you think some of these modified side-by-sides out here are loud with the exhaust systems that they have, wait till this little valley here. here's 600, 700, and in some cases, I'm going to go out there and say this, 1,000 horsepower.
Yeah.
Motors in these off-road race trucks.
Well, even talking about that, we keep going into this, horsepower thing, So one of the things that I'm most excited for, we kick it back to Visions a little bit, is there's going to be something really cool at Visions we're going to do. And it's going to be a cool show to tell the story of the evolution of horsepower. So I'm super excited about that. There's more to come on that. Everybody will be hearing more about that as we get ready for these events. So I like putting I just want to give you just a little taste of what's to come.
Take it away.
Yep. So, but if you're following on social media, you'll be getting all those informations. Big shout out to Alan. Alan's done a great job up here for us at Mid-America Outdoors and spreading all this information out there to everybody and making sure everybody knows what's coming up. But, it's going to be just pure excitement all year. There's not really a moment when we look at the schedule and it slows down. I mean, we're literally bringing as many events under AOE and MAO and Ultra 4 and everything to the table as we possibly can. And we're going to make them the best events in the country. And we would love to have everybody there and racing and enjoying it with us. And so this is just the start. We're getting going. We had KOH. We did the first round Ultra 4. We just did BMR. Now we're here for round 1. Next up. Oh, man.
Well,
the schedule just keeps going.
We're in the starting blocks right now for the main events here this afternoon. We're getting ready to go in just a moment. But in the meantime, let's step aside real quick as we get ready for those main events. We'll be right back after this and the second half of all the main events in every class here at MOA.
comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust.
Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
Thing on? Got me? Check, check. My name's Hunter Miller. I'm from Greenville, Texas, and I race the Pro Turbo class. So I started racing when I was 6 years old. I'm 36 now. No, I'm 37 now. So about 31 years. It's been a long time. We've had long career, very successful. We've been very, very fortunate. In 2008, we signed with Can-Am, and we've been with them ever since. This will be our first year out here at Mid-America, and we're very excited to be here. So I drive for Miller Brothers Can-Am. We're a factory-supported Can-Am team. It's my brother and I are the drivers, team owners. You know, we do it all. We've got, you know, a lot of really good guys in our shop that help us out, but definitely didn't start here. You know, we built this up over a lot of years of hard work, and you know, we just try to keep it growing every year.
What's up, guys? We're back, and we are Still hanging out here, just chatting with my buddy Scott. We're going to get timing and scoring all in place, and then we're going to start these mains back here just shortly. But
all right, I got to tell you, the rule book pretty decent.
Decent.
How old does a kid have to be before he can start racing in that rule book?
Well, I need to verify that because I'm thinking it's 5.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that's right.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty close to that. Well, not me, but my little man is. And I'm kind of hoping that I get him out here soon. Right now, he's here with me. The family's here this weekend. And
you do realize that's going to turn into you kind of have one main job and like 3 side gigs?
Man, I do it all.
And that's going to be like the big gig. Once he starts racing, you got a race car in your garage.
Yeah, you know what, though? I tell everybody this anytime they ever ask me. The best job I've ever been blessed to have is being a dad of that little boy. And if that's what it is, I'm happy to be there doing it. And I love sharing this passion that I've had growing up with racing that I shared with my dad and, all my friends. And now I've got my son. And so it's exciting. It's definitely exciting this year for them to be at every round with us. And I'm pumped.
Oh, by the way, nice rig you got.
Yeah, it turned out pretty good. 360
see his
wraps.
Brand new rig. Holy smokes.
Yeah, 360 Wraps did a job on that thing. They're a park sponsor out here. They keep everybody looking good.
Many families start with a camper, this big, and they kind of get it paid off, and then they move into a camper this big, and then, a couple 5-6 years later, they go into a big. No, dude, you went pew right away off the boat.
You ever played the lottery in Texas?
I'm married. No,
I play the lottery a lot and just finance stuff and hope that it works out. Oh man, no, it's awesome. Everybody up here. It's crazy when you drive through the pits at this place and you just look at what it takes to be here and what these people are, the amount of work that these families are putting in. To be here every weekend with their kids or the husbands or the wives or whoever that's racing. Their race team owners or whatever. This is an expensive sport. And that's another cool thing when you talk about this coming up here at Mid-America. Mid-America does a great job of highlighting each driver so that their sponsors get the most, PR time and everybody sees them, and that way they give back to their racers for what they're doing out here. The other thing, we have seminars coming up that we're going to actually put on here at the park for drivers that want to learn more about how to go about getting sponsors, how to maintain those sponsorships, how to grow those sponsorships and those relationships. Our goal is to support the drivers here at this race series. We want everybody to better themselves, and we want to help them do that any way possible. And we talk about how expensive it is to do this. The payouts here at MAO are extremely large payouts for short course racing. Not just that. I was here last year at Visions and a few other events. We had pit bike races that had bigger payouts than the outdoor nationals and AMA, outdoor national motor pro motocross.
Late model sprint car races.
It's 100% geared towards giving back what they've done with USAC and the insurance and everything here for all these racers, and it's just amazing. Jason and Gayla, they literally care about every person in this park, and everything they do is to better your experience here and get you to come here more and have more fun and feel more comfortable and safe, and just know that when you're here, you're taken care of and you're going to have a blast, and when you leave, you're going to be looking at your calendar already for when you're coming back. So super cool that this facility is all about that and supporting the racers. It's not just about a race, it's about the people.
Well, what's interesting is, you go anywhere across the country to any track, oh, man, the track was great, yeah, but.
Yep.
Oh, man, the facility was really cool, but yeah, but. I have never heard a yeah, but about this place. There's not one reason not to like it. There's everything about the scenery. My first time here last year was right about now.
Yep.
And I'm looking at these trees, and they're bare right now. No leaves on the branches, nothing like that. The grass is barely green. I was looking forward to seeing it in June. Boy, was I right on the spot. This place, when it's fully green and fully grown, and there's flowers and grass, and the blooms were going, and the leaves were rocking, and this place is gorgeous.
Yeah,
man, it's beautiful.
It's beautiful country up here. It's cool. I'm from Texas. I'm in Fort Worth, Texas, and it's pretty flat where we are. So coming up here is always really nice because you get the elevation when you're driving in. My wife, my little boy just came in right now, and I don't know if you know that when you're coming into the park, we call that first section when you're coming in the roller coaster hills.
Yeah.
And everybody loves it, and so it's
probably up in the seat going.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a super cool place. There's Grand Lake right down the road. Huge lake community out here. This is just a really cool place to be. We're not too far from Arkansas. We have a lot of people that come in up here. They do. They'll be here at the park. They bring their mountain bikes. They ride. This is just a great area up here for outdoor activities, And
well, what's crazy is, I've traveled the country doing other forms of motorsports and broadcasting, and there's various areas. Every once in a while I come across one in a very strange area. Who would have thought of going there on vacation?
Yeah.
I'm like, who would have thought of Biloxi, Mississippi?
Yeah.
Gulfport, Mississippi is beautiful.
Yeah.
I was down there for an event. I never would have thought that, you go on vacation there. Why? I never heard of it, kind of thing. Who would ever thought of going to Oklahoma on vacation?
Well,
because now
you live here now.
Now that I'm here, but living in Wisconsin or California, who would have thought? Let's go to Oklahoma for vacation.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
But now that you're here, now you've seen it, it's like, why go anywhere else?
Yeah, and think about this too. A lot of the kids here are on spring break right now, and how cool is it going to be to go back to school next week and tell everybody what you did for spring break? You came to Mid-America, took home some hardware, did some off-road racing, had some fun. That's a great story.
Off-road racing? What?
Short course racing, dirt. They played in the dirt. They did everything that they could do.
Well, once again, him and I can ramble on for a long, long time, obviously. Let's step aside one more time. A few words from our sponsors, and let's go racing next time we come back.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Get it, boys.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust.
Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
What's up, guys? I'm Kenny Baker. I race in the Pro NA and the Pro Turbo class here at Mid-America. Last year I got second place in the Pro NA class behind Colin Truitt. And this year I'll look forward to hopefully beating him in this class. And the Pro Turbo class I got about 8th due to some mechanical problems, and hopefully I can get the top spot this year. Yeah, this being the first round at Mid-America puts a lot of pressure on a bunch of us drivers because there's about 30 drivers in each class, and if you break or anything and you can go bad in points and get in the back of the points, and you want to get the top points to win that $25,000 for the end of the series. And I'm going to come in the first round. I'm going to try to come in strong, but also cautious to not get bad in points. I can't with you.
And we're back. Man, Kanan cracks me up, dude. I love his interviews.
If you and I did this with our pinkies, right? We would completely surround his waist. That's right there. That's his waist. He's that skinny. He's I'm calling him Cheeseburger.
But I'm going
'Cause
to
he
tell
could
you
use a
something.
couple.
Did you see him in the Pro Turbo race earlier?
Did you see who he was racing with?
Yes.
The two youngest drivers in the pro classes, hell, the two youngest drivers probably should be in like the Youth 1000s,
Yeah.
are running in the pro class, and they pulled the whole shot and running in the top 3.
Absolutely amazing driving for Kanan. Kanan is he's a driver. He can drive anything.
And you wouldn't
know?
guess it. You wouldn't know it.
You know.
And his sister's no different.
I guess now that I've kind of known him and hung out with him a little bit, I probably would know it if I saw it. But, man, great kids, great ambassadors, you know, to the sport, to the park, to everything. I mean, Kanan and Aliana are absolutely just incredible drivers, incredible young adults that are out here racing, doing their thing. And, I always laugh because if there's ever somebody that messes with me that I can't figure out who did it, you know, like if we're at the shop and we're having driver's meeting, it's probably Kanan. Kanan likes to play games, and, you know, he's
like that little cartoon Johnny.
I'm just waiting on the opportunity. I'm going to get him back. I'm still trying to figure out the best way, but I'm going to get him back. Me and Joey, we've been plotting on this. So, you know, if you see Joey in Kanan's car one day and we're telling everybody that's Kanan.
You got to fit in it first. You're a skinny guy to begin with.
The funniest part of the whole thing is trying to fit Joey in Kanan's race suit.
That ain't never one leg.
I mean, it's worth a try. Make good TV, right?
What?
Did you see me when we put Joey in the race car last year for mine and his royalty race?
Yeah.
When he literally stretched out like a board and you carried him in the window? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's entertainment.
The fire suit thing, though, you know, the parents send the measurements in on a piece of paper.
It's tailored.
You know, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Send it in to Simpson or K1 or whoever makes the fire.
Bearded Stitch.
They probably would look at that. Right. You got to be kidding me. We're supposed to make that? You know, we're talking like pieces of material like this wide, you know, kind of thing. And
I got buddies like that at home. I call them snacks because they just can eat and eat and eat and don't ever gain any weight. He's going to be like that probably the rest of his life too. But now we start hearing them coming down the hill now. They're getting ready to go. And I think we're going to get some main event action coming this way here shortly. It's been fun sitting up here chatting with you, Scott, about all this stuff. But I don't know about you guys and everybody at home. I'm ready to go racing. I'm ready for these main events to kick off.
Amateur turbo.
Amateur turbo.
There ain't nothing amateur about it.
I mean, I agree with you on that. I feel like everybody that shows up out here to race is a very qualified race car driver.
If you're driving a
They're
race
faster
car
than me for
that
sure.
goes up into the air on purpose,
yeah,
mind you, that is talent.
Yeah.
And not knowing what's on the other side half the time, that is talent.
Yeah, one of the coolest things, we didn't talk about this much earlier too, is like one of the things that I like the best about driving this track out here is a lot of these sections, and I haven't gotten to drive it with the new layout, but in the back section especially, and I think it's a little bit different now that they've made it straight and you just kind of jump down that downhill. Used to be a lot of sections on this track where it was almost blind. You'd come over the top stuff, you couldn't see anything, all you knew was to stay on the gas, you know, and now it may be a little different in the back section looking at it, but that was really cool. That was one of the things that I thought was super cool. It's like you got to where you had full-blown trust in your spotter. You were doing your thing, and you just run your race, you know, and you figured out the track, and it looks like everybody's done a good job of that today. The track looks really good right now if you can see it out behind us.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is it's impatiently waiting right now for these guys to, you know, move some dirt around.
I'm just let me just say that when you can't see the other side of a jump, I'm older, so I guess I've lost that edge.
More cautious.
Nervous. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, Scott.
I can stutter all afternoon long.
I don't want anybody else to know how slow you drive in the fast lane, all right? So real quick, we're going to send it to break, and when we come back, all the racing action going on right now behind me.
Us.
And we're back. As you can see right now, we're getting it lined up on the line. That looks like amateur turbo. And check it out. One of the things I want you to see right now if you're at home, you may be wondering, why are they lined up like that? Why are they not in the starting gates like we saw in the heats? Well, these are the mains. And like we told you earlier, any class with more than 8 is going to do a rolling start. So as you can see right there, TW is out in front. They're going to lead them on a reduced lap, and then they're going to start them. And we're going to see Sewers, Van Beekem, Medlin, Watkins, Rowden, Klink, Slinkard, Summers, Jordan, Hiding, Speaks, Henderson, and Greenfield all coming up in amateur NA. And they are leading them around. There you see right now we're on that lead lap. So basically what will happen right now if you're at home watching is that lead car will give them a lap, the pace car, that's TW there, and he will bring them around the track, and when they get to the corner right before the finish line, he's going to peel off, and they are going to go side by side up to that MRT finish line. They cannot start until the flag is dropped, so there's no advancing a position. They have to stay side by side as they come through right there, and we are about to get to see the first rolling start of the day and our first main event for amateur turbo action right here. 2023 MAO short course racing. Here it comes. I'm super excited for this. They're going to go up over that race line tabletop right here in front of the spectator zone. You're going to see TW there in front. He's going to peel off to the left. There you see him. He's going. They're going to stay side by side. They got to stay around the corner together, and they got to stay close. No one can jump before the green flag, or they'll make them do another lap around. Let's see if they can keep it clean, or if TW is going to have to jump in there. Oh, and there they go. They are off, headed up the start. So we will see how it stacks up. Amateur NA. So Sewers, Van Beekem, Medlin, Watkins, Rowden, Klink, Slinkard, Summers, Jordan, Hiding, Speaks, Henderson, and Greenfield all doing battle right here. 4 laps.
I got to tell you, I'm kind of surprised that the first 6 were the only ones that were like real tight, bumper to bumper. Everybody else is just kind of helter-skelter behind them.
Oh, we got a little bicycle action in the corner. Saves it right there, back down. So check it out. If you're looking at this, 1 and 2, bumper to bumper, 3 and 4, side by side, going in the rhythm section in the back section of the track there. Let's see what's going to happen. This is the kind of action we like to see where we get some groups together and we get a lot of good racing.
You know, that area right there where the bicycle was, that is the spot that I think we've had, what now, probably 6, 7 cars get up on side.
Yeah, and you're seeing the track crews going out there in between races, and they're trying to use the skid steers to work out some of the ruts in those corners, because as these cars are digging in, we've had that rain we talked about, the track is in primo condition, but they're digging a rut in that corner. There's a couple of places that we were talking about during the break earlier that we were seeing these holes and these ruts develop in the track, and we're seeing these cars rock up on 2 wheels and get in that bicycle because they're coming through carrying so much speed and hitting those holes and those ruts. But right now, look at this group coming through on your screen right here. This
Ryder
is
Van Beekem doing a great job right off the start.
Yeah, they're charging right now. This is amateur NA, sliding it through the corner right there, heading up into that MRT finish line right there. So Van Beekem is leading the charge right now, 140. And then you've got Medlin running that second spot. There's Josie Watkins in the 3rd position. And that looks like Ashley Rowden running in 4th.
Colin Greenfield, Nick Slinkard, and Doug Summers right behind them.
Yeah, so great racing right there. Van Beekem with a fast lap right now, 140.8 on the track, so showing us how to get it done right there. On board, look at this drone shot right here coming down through the rhythm section, flying right above the creek next to the track. What a shot right there. Drone pilots are doing an amazing job. If you are at home watching right now, definitely share this link. Tune in. We want everybody to see the action out here today. This is the main events. So we'll start at the top of the running order. We'll run all the way back through our race order. These are all mains, everybody going together. But, man, let's talk about this. Van Beekem still leading the way, Medlin in 2nd, and Josie Watkins running that 3rd position on the track.
She was active on the social medias this off season.
Oh yeah,
with her new car and everything.
Oh
that was neat to follow.
That was one of the coolest things in the offseason, was following along with everybody across social media and seeing all the work they've done, everything that they're working on. A lot of these drivers, you know, we'd reach out and talk through social media, and they were telling us things that they had going on and changes they were making. And it is really cool to see the effort that went into getting ready for this season this year. And right now, no change, but Van Beekem leading the way. He's got Sewers all over the end of that car.
Man.
Let's see if he can make any moves.
One. And Van Beekem's lap, Van Beekem was 1:43.6, and TJ actually had a faster lap time. You see, he's worked his way forward.
Yeah.
Last lap he's in third. Now he's in second, and a very, very close second.
Yeah,
so
Sewers
had a
making
faster
some
lap
moves.
time. Almost by a little more than half a second than Van Beekem.
Ryder Van Beekem and TJ Sewers battling it out. This is a race right here. If you're at home watching, they are giving you a great show right here. This is just your amateur NA class. So these guys are driving right now a very, very good race. Very clean so far, hitting their lines.
Yeah, our top two are the only two drivers that have pressed into that 143 mark. There's nobody even close after that. 148's the next fastest driver.
Yeah, they've absolutely checked out, and Sewers is definitely pushing Van Beekem to go faster right now around the track. Both are looking super smooth. Medlin, Watkins, Rowden right there, rounding out your top five.
So they're about halfway through lap number 2 right now, about halfway. And, man, the gap to second, still a bumper.
Yeah, it's hanging in there. Definitely not going to give up on this one. Like we got one car going straight off the side of the track there, so we lost one. Not sure what happened. Headed straight up towards the water trucks back there in the back. We'll figure out what happened with that car, but back to the front.
Yeah,
the battle is still on.
He's been opening the door, but he's been taking the fast lines. He's been going to the outside, letting it drift out, which opens the door to the inside, and TJ's not able to take advantage of that as the white flag comes out one more time around. Oh, man, how about this for lap times? Last lap, Van Beekem, 1:42.52. TJ, 1:42.57.
They are really, really close. You know, there's sections of this track where you'll notice that a driver is a lot faster, maybe in the cornering section of their car's faster in the straightaways, or it flies a little bit better, lands a little bit better, not sure. But it looks like right now, Sewers is all over Van Beekem, just can't find the place to get around yet. And he's running out of time, so if he's going to make it happen, it's got to happen soon. A little bit of an overshoot right there on that jump. All good, though. So let's see. They're going to have to make something happen here soon. They got about half a track left as they go into that back section up the step up there.
There's like 2 cars separating now, a little bit of a gap back to second.
It is close.
Coming back down that hill into the new, that's the new section right here, into a slight, soft right-hander right here.
Yeah, that new section looks extremely fast. I was watching the Pro Turbo guys earlier just launching it through there. Look at this, bumper to bumper.
Yeah, Matt.
Sewers trying to find that inside line right there. Wasn't able to do it.
In that left-hand turn, watch for the outside entrance, inside exit by TJ and running in second, trying to find a way around.
Yeah, it looks like TJ's getting on the outside line right now, trying to set it up. We'll see if our drone
right here.
gives us a good shot. Look, there goes that inside move. See if he can make it happen. So
Still
he's on the outside.
right
He's
here.
going to try to square it up and go inside right here.
Turn.
Look, there it is.
Straightaway.
Oh, he wasn't able to make it happen right there. Van Beekem holding on. That was the line, though. That's what we were talking about. If you can get on that outside, square it up, dive inside, you can make some moves happen right there at the finish line. But incredible race for Van Beekem and Sewers.
Are you ready for this? The lap times on the last lap for both our top 2 drivers. Van Beekem 1:42.30. TJ 1:42.34.
That is literally bumper to bumper.
Jeez.
I mean, they were pushing each other there.
Well, you take the gap from both the last laps.
Yep.
It measured to less than half a second.
Yeah, that was close. That was some really good racing right there. Incredible, incredible main event right here. Amateur NA. Ryder Van Beekem holding the top spot over TJ Sewers. There's Josie Watkins rounding out your top 3. Great drive for Josie Watkins. Got to be stoked on that.
Dakota
Medlin in the fourth spot.
Ashley Rowden, top
Rowden,
five. Yeah.
Top five in it. I like it. Very, very nice. That
Boys
is,
better be looking over their shoulder. Heck, they better be looking alongside of them right about
that's
now.
right. All right, results are on the screen. Ryder Van Beekum, TJ Sewers, Josie Watkins on your top 3, Dakota Medlin, Ashley Rowden rounding out your top 5. And here coming up, I believe we have Miss Pam Hall with Ryder Van Beekum.
I am here with Ryder Van Beekum. Just ran an amazing race. At the end there, you had quite the battle going on. Tell us what you were doing to keep that strategy, to keep your first place.
Just staying on the gas. Me and TJ have been friends forever, and I know how he drives, so it's always complicated because he always gets better and better every time I race him. But at the end of the day, I have been racing longer than I am, than he has. But it's a fun track, and I've got the speed for the track.
So they changed the track up a little bit this year from last year. What do you think about the new track layout?
It's fun. It's most definitely a lot easier and shorter than last year's track, but it's fun.
So who do you have to thank for getting you out here today and getting you in this #1 spot?
I also want to thank my mom and dad for allowing me to do this. My mechanics, Kevin and Matt, as well as my pit crew, or my spotter, Kevin. I wouldn't have been able to do it without him. I want to thank Arnar Seal, Rugged Radios, E2R Racing, and Paul Yaw.
Well, congratulations on the #1 spot here today at Round 1 Mid-America Outdoors for the Side-by-Side Championship Series. Congratulations. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back right after this.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust.
Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at Mid-America Outdoors, and it's the MAO Round 1 of the MAO Side-by-Side Championship Series.
That's right. That's right. Are you ready for this next race?
I'm ready, man.
Expert NA, I believe, right?
This is what you said you'd be running if you were out there?
Oh, no. I'm amateur level. Amateur at best. Yeah, but vet for life. So, no. This is going to be a good one. We're seeing another class get lined up. We got a huge turnout today. Everybody showed up. They're showing out.
It's crazy.
So we're going to have another rolling start right here. And this one's going to be exciting. This is Expert NA that we're about to see. So as you can see them lined up side by side down there, we'll see another start exactly like we just saw, that side-by-side rolling start. And then when they come around and get that green flag, that means it is time to go. All the action starts at that point in time. So excited for this one. We're moving through these main events.
Well, Matt, let's kind of go over a few things for some of the fans that may not have been watching for the first half. Okay. Where let's go over like the Campiello. What's the competition yellow like?
Competition yellow, whenever you see that competition yellow in this, you have to slow. You have to come to, I believe, 15 miles an hour speed. You cannot advance a position. You have to back down and go through that local caution slow at that speed. If they see you going through too fast, advancing position, anything, you will be docked or worse. So big thing in the driver's meeting this morning to go over the competition yellow, all that good stuff. So, and that's another big thing with this rolling start. If someone takes off on the left side, you know, your number one guy is going to be your pace setter up front. If somebody jumps in front of the other person, guess what? We're going to do another lap. We're going to keep doing that until we get it started.
Okay, you're
right.
starting side by side.
Side by side.
Going head towards the starting line.
That's right.
Can they pull out of line before they get to the starting line?
Not until the flag has been dropped.
They can pull out as soon as they see the green
flag.
no matter where they are
flag,
out in line.
Yeah, they can be in the very
last.
back of the pack. And as soon as that green flag drops and they come around that corner before the MRT finish line, at that point in time, it's go time.
Okay.
So you can make it happen as long as you're staying on the track, doing your thing. That's when it's time to go. So before that, if you jump out of that line before that for any reason, they'll run another lap around and get everybody locked back in, and then we'll start it again the next time. So far so good. No problems in the first one. We're getting ready to see the second one, Expert NA. It's got to be tough, right? You're sitting in the car. You're having to sit there and just kind of wait for that flag. And when you come around this final corner and you're sitting there watching for that green flag to drop, everybody's itching to send that thing.
Well, you know that they're on the I guess you'd say my version of a torque converter. They're riding that brake. They're half throttle, but they're riding that brake.
Yeah. They're ready to go. You don't want to do that too hard though, because doing that on some of these cars will send you into limp mode, and then you'll be really in big trouble on the start. But
well, and then there's another thing. There's really no hot pits. You get a flat tire, you're kind of done.
That's it. Yeah.
You know,
this is short course racing.
Yeah. It's what, 4 laps? I think
That's
it
right.
was. Yeah.
4 laps. We'll do a couple more laps when we get into the pro classes and stuff like that. But 4 laps coming up in this Expert NA. I do believe. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure it's 4 laps.
So we've been watching. I mean, we've traditionally had gate starts.
Yep.
Side by side land rush start.
Yep.
What was the reasoning? I'm asking you as a fan.
Yeah.
So the people back at home know why the rolling start now. I know we did pros a couple times last year to kind of try it out, but
it's a safety thing, right?
Okay.
So when we have multiple waves or multiple lines on the gate, and we send them all at one time for a land rush start, it can get pretty dicey getting in that first corner with this many cars. With a rolling start, it adds that extra level of safety to the race. It makes it a little bit fair, I think, as far as the start is concerned. And it allows everybody to kind of just get stacked in together and go as opposed to just running it all that land rush start to the first corner. So we started doing that. We're going to do it this year with any class that has above 8 racers in the main. So if there's 2 waves, we'll do a rolling start. So that's what we're starting to see right here. They're lined up and ready. We're waiting to get word from race ops and timing, and then we're going to be ready to go. I'm excited for this one. I'm ready to.
You're excited for every race, man.
Listen, there's no way around it. How can you not be excited for every race?
Well, kind of go back to that whole starting procedure. There's one thing that bothers me about the rolling start, and that's if I'm starting like probably, 3rd row on back.
Yep. I
have no control over, really, when you think about it, no control over where I start, because I'm following the guy in front of me. I don't want to be touching his bumpers, but I want to be darn close.
Right.
If he's starting to fall back from the pole sitter and there's a big gap, that puts me further back behind. I mean, what if the outside row is running just like they're supposed to? Next thing you know, I'm alongside the guy that's running in row 5.
Well, that's not how it's supposed to go down. Everybody's supposed to stay side by side on that and stay together. And most of these drivers did a great job of that, and they'll do a great job of it again. I'm absolutely positive, because I don't think anybody really wants to lag behind.
We saw that in the last one, though.
Yeah,
For the first 6 cars, the first 3 rows were perfect.
On it.
Dead spot on. And then from row 4 on back, they're just, kind of every other car kind of.
That's why it's key whenever you get out there, and you're coming around that final corner right there before that MRT finish line, and you're looking for that green flag drop. You definitely want to be in a position where you're not directly behind the car in front of you where you can't see. But the benefit you also have is you have a spotter. So your spotter can be in your radio and literally tell you, hey, it's time to go, give it the gas. But we're going to get to see all that coming up in just a minute. Just a minute. Right now, we're going to send it to break, and we'll be right back with some racing action.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Get it, boys.
We are back. Look, cars on the track right now. There is my man TW. Our pace car is out there. Expert NA is rolling, and we're going to get them headed around the track on this lead lap. And as you can see, they're going to stack in side by side, just as Scott and I were discussing. And right now, when they're on this initial part of this lap, you'll see a little bit of gap, right? And you'll see, as you see right there, a couple people are giving it the gas, giving her a slight shakedown, make sure everything's good right before they get on the gas at this green flag.
Well, if you're running on the front row and I'm right behind you in the second row, I'm still tapping your bumper. I'm
mean,
like, here I am,
yeah.
and I'm doing the Days of Thunder waving at you.
Yeah, exactly. So they're getting them going around right here. TW is going to show them the lap, and then we're going to get this green flag and Expert NA coming up here just shortly. Big shout out to our track crew. There you see them right there on the live feed. They've been out here working hard all day, recovery team, and all of our track staff, medical, everybody. Big high five to all you guys out there. Thanks for all your efforts.
We're up here kind of jumping up and down, shivering a little bit, but I'm being told it's probably 20 degrees cooler down there on the track.
I definitely believe
for those
that.
guys,
for
in
sure.
the wind.
Down in the lake bed. So there you see the drivers coming around getting ready. It looks like a couple more corners, and you're going to see TW peel off right there, and then we are going to be go time. We'll be looking for that green flag drop as they come around that final quarter in front of that spectator area. That's the coolest thing. It happens all right in front of the spectator area. So if you're sitting down here in spectator zone, there it is. Safrit, Cummings, Cuevas, Rankmeyer, Seek, Helms, Green, Moore, Philbin, Shamblin, Schroeder, Isabella, Broker, and Harris. 15 Expert NA drivers getting ready to do battle. There you see the pace cars peeled off. Everybody's stacking in tight, side by side, just as Scott talked about. They're going to get bumper to bumper because when this green flag drops, they want to be right on the person in front of them. So they're going around the corner, and there you can see up there that MRT finish line. Watch for that green flag, and that's when you're going to see them launch.
Ooh,
and
he's holding
go.
them tight.
Oh, hold them, there they go.
Man.
Everybody stacked in. You see a couple of guys diving out wide right there, trying to see where they can find a line. Great start to your Expert NA. 4 laps. Green flag is out. Safrit, Cummings, Cuevas, Rankmeyer, Seek, Helms, Green, Moore, Philbin, Shamblin, Schroeder, Isabella, Broker, and Harris. Doing battle right now. So it looks like the two Safrit racers out in front right now, 1 and 2. And there you got Helms running that 3rd position. Rankmeyer in 4th, and Aaron Cuevas, back out here showing us how to get it done.
Well, I was trying to pick out manufacturers that went by. It looks like, well, I know that's not right. He's got down a Mercedes. But it looks like it's mainly a Polaris-driven class outside of 2 Yamahas and I think 1 Honda. and maybe one Arctic Cat even. But mainly, I'd say 2/3 of the cars out there are all Polaris.
Yeah, this is a good-looking race right here. Everybody's looking tight. Everybody's still stacked in there together, but Safrit is on the throttle. Well, you know, it's hard to say this one. Safrit squared up front. You know, there's two of them, so we got Safrit and Safrit leading the way. Helms running that third spot.
They pulled away from the third spot, probably about 15 or so car lengths.
Listen, Landon is not going to let Luke around. It's not going to be an easy task right here, so let's see what happens right now. Landon and Luke Safrit leading the way. Blake Helms running in third. Right now, that's the way we see it. Rinkmeyer running in fourth.
That's fine.
Aaron Cuevas making the move, jumping up into the fourth position right now, so good move for Aaron.
Rinkmeyer up there into the first Yamaha in the top 5. Darren Green, Bree Seek, I believe in 7th.
Great drive for Bree Seek running the top 10 right now.
Yeah.
It's a heck of a run right there. Looks like Cummings has made some moves running up there in the third position now. So Safrit, Cummings. Then you got Helms and Cuevas rounding out your top 5. So some changes are happening. Moves are being made right now, but looking nice and smooth. There we are running on board with.
It's almost a straight line freight train going down that backstretch through the unrhythm section.
So Landon and Luke still leading the way. And look at Keegan Cummings. That's my boy right there. Up into that third position, looking good out there. Got to talk to him this morning, ask him, I said, how you feeling? He said, man, I'm a little bit nervous. Right now he looks like he's feeling pretty good running in the third position. I'm proud of him. So Safrit, Cummings, Helms, and Cuevas right now, your top 5 running order in your expert NA. This is the main event. They got 3 laps remaining.
Boy, the brothers have really pulled away from the rest of the field now, probably upwards of, I'm going to say probably close to 10 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like the last lap was a 139.9 and a 140.9. So they're pretty close together, running very similar paces right now. And they are leading the way and showing the rest of this expert NA field how to get it done.
Yeah, 141.6 is the lap time for Luke Safrit and 144 for Keegan Cummings. So about 3.5 seconds back to third. But from third to, well, it looks like 8th or 9th, they're very close to being bumper to bumper. There's individual battles all the way back to that 8th or 9th spot. Mid-pack action.
That's the best part right there. Some of these mid-pack battles are going to be the ones that you want to watch when you're at home because they're going to fight the hardest. They're trying to get up there and find some clean track where they can just kind of run their lines and have a good time. But as you can see, and as you said, this group in the middle is all tucked in together. So they're going to have to do some work.
There's nothing like, you kind of nailed it in our conversation pre-race in that there's nothing like starting the race season with a win or a top 2 or 3 finish because it's so much easier. I don't want to say to race downhill, but you kind of are. If you're 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, now you're racing uphill the rest of the season.
Yeah.
Top 3, you're maintaining.
It sets the tone for your strategy and for what you're going to do throughout the season, right? So, if you come out here and you win the first race of the year and you do all that, then you're rolling, you're feeling pretty confident. And then let's just say for whatever reason you start, you're 6th, 7th, 8th, something like that. Well, guess what happens then? Now it becomes a little bit tougher, right? You're, like you said, you're working uphill. You're thinking about and you're planning, how do I get back up to the top, right? So good point there, Scott. White flag is coming out right now. And it looks like no changes. Safrit, and Cummings still 1, 2, and 3 out there. Helms and Cuevas rounding out your top 5. So last lap. So this is where they have.
I tell you, Blake Helms ran a faster lap time than Cummings, and they're running 3rd and 4th. So Helms is has a shot at that last podium spot.
Yeah, it looks like Helms is about 1.17 seconds away from the back end of Cummings. So if he can catch up to him,
no, there's 2 car lengths, man. 2 car lengths separating.
Yeah, he's super close. So if he can get up there, he can make a move. This is the last lap, so he's got to make it happen sooner. He's running out of time. And you know what? It looks like here in a minute we're going to have a guest come join us.
No, he
so?
just came up there.
You think he just came to pet
He wanted
your
to sit
dog?
on a comfortable couch and stand in a heated trailer
There's heat in there? I'm just kidding. So we've got Safford, and Cummings.
Helms, Green, Cuevas.
Helms and Green and Cuevas. Rinkmeyer, Seek, Isabella, and it looks like Will Harris. That is rounding out your top 10 right now on the track. It looks like Braxton Moore, Shamblin, Philbin, Schroeder, and Broker out on the track. Look like Schroeder and Broker may have had some problems there.
We may have a 3-car battle going on right now for that final podium spot. Look at this, Matt.
Look at that. It looks like there's been actually a position change. I'm pretty sure that green car right there is going to be Cummings. So let's see if he can make a move. He's trying to go inside right here. I'm betting you money, Scott, when they come over this tabletop, they'll be side by side.
Darn
and
near,
it looks like he's making the move
inside,
right there.
Yeah.
That looks like, can he hold on to it going up the hill? They're side by side through the MRT finish line. Looks like Cummings got the drive. We'll find out officially here in just a second who got
Cummings
that one. But
got
it
the
looks
win.
like Safford, and Cummings 1, 2, and 3 in that expert NA class. That was a finish right there.
The finish between 3rd and 4th.
Yep, Cummings and Keegan Cummings and Blake Helms right there. That was impressive.
Was 4 1/1000ths of a second from 3rd to 4th. So
that was impressive.
Landon Luke, and Keegan Cummings will round out that podium. Man, I'm telling you, I knew that it was going to be tight at the finish, but when because they kind of, for us, they kind of disappear.
So official results, there you see it on the screen. Landon Safford, Luke Safford, Keegan Cummings. Unofficial results. Landon Safford, Luke Safford, Keegan Cummings, Blake Helms, Darren Green. Rounding out your top 5, there is Aaron Cuevas, Rinkmeyer, Isabella, Seek, and Harris. And then you got Braxton Moore, Patrick Shamblin, Sean Philbin, Rick Schroeder, and Caleb Broker. So heck of a race right there. Your expert in a main event. That was impressive. That was a great one right there. We got Pam Hall down there with Landon Safford right now.
I am here with Landon Safford. He did amazing this morning in the heat race with that #1 position. Now you're up here in this #1 position again, unofficially right now. How do you feel?
It feels pretty nice for being a couple months off of driving, but I feel great.
Did you notice the difference in the track conditions from this morning to this afternoon?
There's a lot bigger holes, bigger ruts, a lot rough, dry slick. I mean, yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Just all of the above, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you feel right now being in that top spot?
It feels really good. But my mom bought me these beautiful tires over here, and I have to thank her for that one, because without her I wouldn't be able to do this.
And who else do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
My dad too. Spent all of his hard work working on these cars. DFS engines, Trade 3P, HMF, and yeah.
Awesome. Well, Landon Safford, congratulations again on your #1 position right now. We'll see you later on at the award ceremony. What are you going to go do right now?
Go get this race suit off.
Well, congratulations again. Make sure you have that on when you come up for the podiums. And we're going to go back up to the booth. Back to you, Matt.
And we're back. I'm standing up here with my buddy Lee Knowles. Lee, what's going on, man?
How's it going?
MAO Racing Ambassador. He is absolutely an incredible individual out here at the park and a great ambassador for everything. How's your day been?
Man, it is great. The track is unbelievable. It's fast. It's smooth. I had to make a few little adjustments and got my wheels underneath me and pulled off a second in my heat.
Yeah, you looked really good out there, really strong. You know, no changes. Everything's good to go. You're just going to get out there and make it happen?
Top some fuel off, put some tear-offs, and put it to the floor.
I like your style. That's the way it works. Well, you want to hang out with me for a minute and watch this race? And so we got the starting grid about to pop up on the screen right now. We've got this rolling start. What do you think, Lee, about this rolling start?
It's going to be something new for me because they're talking about so many cars in our class. But I used to do it when we sprint car raced at dirt track. So I'm kind of familiar with it, but I've never done it in a side-by-side.
Yep. And there you see the starting grid right there. Sewers, Tremblay, Caraway, Arnold, Jones, Shamblin, Luke Meyer, Hubler, Jacobson, Van Beeken, and Everhart. So 11 drivers in this Youth 1K. And Lee, you know, me and you, we're out here all the time at all these different meetings and events and things, you know, representing the park and doing this stuff. And I think you can say it as well as I can that, you know, the youth is the future of our sport right here. And, you know, it takes guys like you, ambassadors, to kind of guide their future and show them the right way to do it. And you've done an amazing job. And, you know, I mean, what do you think? You know, is there any amazing youth drivers that stand out to you that you think we're going to see running pro class soon?
I'm 100% behind you. They are the future of our sport. If we don't have them, we don't have the sport.
Yep.
I like that little Tanner Thompson. He's a
good
sharp little kid.
Yeah.
Polite.
Also an MAO ambassador.
Yes, he is.
So yeah, it's awesome, and we're getting to see this thing come around right here. They're going to come up over that tabletop where that race line arch is. You'll see Mr. TW peel off right there, and then we are going to get ready for some action. They'll stay side by side. They'll come around the corner. When they hit that green flag, that is when they can hit go time right there. So let's see. There we saw earlier today, we had this conversation. They're not necessarily side by side. So if you're on the inside lane and you're that third guy back, you definitely didn't get a good spot right there. But that's part of the roll and start. Everything looks clean right now. So Sewers and Tremblay were your 1 and 2 out front right now. Tremblay in that green car looking really, really good. So what do you think of the track changes?
I like them.
You like it? Back section of the track adds a lot of speed.
Yes.
Took some of the blind aspects of dropping down in there, and now it's kind of a straight shot to kind of a ski style downhill, right?
Right, it is. I love it. I was a little eerie about it at first, but I adjusted to it.
Yeah.
You know, jumping the creek. You know, it's just some new aspects that I wasn't aware of
Yep.
or ready for.
Yep.
But I made it happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of track changes coming this year. You know, I think these are just a few of the beginning ones that people are seeing right now, and it's only going to get better. Last year, you know, we had the Talladega. Now the Talladega turn's not in here, and we kind of made that straightaway go in. But the track, I mean, it's held up great today. What do you think?
It has. I was able to pick and choose a couple of different lines and try different areas, and it worked for me. Just instead of trying to follow the leader, just jump out and try to find a different position in it.
Yeah.
And it worked for me.
Well, that's awesome, man.
They're
And
flying.
They are absolutely flying. Everybody out here today has been putting in some heater laps. It's so cool, too, to be here this weekend for round 1, kick off this 23 series, and see all the new faces. There's a ton of new people here.
Yep.
You know, you guys as ambassadors do a great job of flying the flag and keeping things out there on social media and letting everybody know about this place and what's going on here. And we can't say thank you enough to you guys for all the stuff that you do.
I appreciate
it. Hey, man, we're pulling for you up here all the time. So thanks for coming up and chatting with me, and we'll be yelling for you here soon. Lee Knowles, everybody.
Thank y'all.
All right, back out on the track right now. Sewers still leading the way. There is Tremblay and Caraway, 1, 2, and 3 on the track. Youth 1K main event. So Sewers looking good right now, 137.6. Strong lap time there. And there's my man RJ Tremblay in that green machine. I love hanging out with Tremblays, especially when we're racing some 3-wheelers. And then there is Caraway running in the 3rd spot. So great race for Caraway too. Big wreck. We got track team on the way over there to the corner right now. They're going to make sure that rider is okay. We'll figure out who that is here in just a second. But right now, back out there in that far corner out by the pond, still no changes. So it looks like TJ Sewers, RJ Tremblay,
Caraway, Riley Jones,
Ty Lukemire. There's Everhart, Shamblin,
top 5.
Arnold, Hubler, Jacobson, Van Beekum. Just getting word, too, that driver is okay. That is a good sign. Youth 1K action going on. Look at that drone shot flying right in. Going to catch that driver coming right around before the finish line, right in front of the spectator area. There you see the caution is out. So as they make their way through that caution, they will slow down. And check this replay out if you're at home watching right here. You come down that hill carrying so much speed, bump the car on the outside and send them into a roll. Not only into a roll, but over the barrier and into the other side of the track. So that was a good one right there.
Yeah, that was kind of a telltale.
Yeah, driver's okay. That's impressive. That shows you right there how important going through tech and teching all the safety equipment and everything is.
When there's a
the
concrete
driver's
barrier
getting right
involved,
out.
when there's a concrete barrier involved, that's scary.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot can happen. But who was that actually that went over?
I believe that might have been Van Beekem.
I was going to say,
sure.
it looked like there were some stars on the roof.
Yeah, it looked like Van Beekem. I couldn't see for sure. But everything looks good. Driver's good. Sewer's still leading the way. Tremblay and Caraway following closely behind, 1, 2, and 3. Ooh, every once in a while we get a nice strong breeze of wind.
Oh yeah, right up the pant leg. Whoa! That's a good one too.
Yeah. Youth 1K Moto action.
That was a tough break for Van Beekem because he started out the season in the main event with a win, and it's a tough break. All of a sudden, now he's going to be the opposite end of the field in this class.
Yeah, Van Beekem has had a great day so far.
To no fault of his own.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, he was
minding his own business, coming around the outside. But that's how racing is. That's what happens.
There might be a discussion back in the pits.
Yeah, I don't think so. This is Youth 1K. These kids are out here racing.
Well, no, not between the kids.
Well, right now, everything's looking nice and smooth. Youth 1K. There we go. Back out to the step up.
White flag is out. TJ goes by with the white flag. Look at the gap back to second. Wow.
Yeah, TJ is definitely on rails right now. And not to say that RJ Tremblay is not absolutely flying right now. He's doing everything he can to chase him down. RJ Tremblay looking good. Got that 7 FPV branding on top of his on his roof there, that green car. That's a pretty sharp car. So last lap action.
A little over a second gap back to second. So he's going to make up some ground. He's got to get on it right now unless there's just almost a catastrophic situation happens to our leader.
Yeah, it's definitely Sewers' race to lose at this point in time. He's got a good, strong, commanding lead, and we hope that he can hold on to it. Tremblay, Cruz, and Caraway still in the same position. Everhart in that 4th spot. There's Luke Meyer in 5th. So we got some changes being made back in the pack. So 6th, 7th, and 8th. It looks like Riley Jones dropping back in the 10th spot. So everybody's moved forward a couple positions. So this will be the checkered flag when Sewers comes around. He's making his way around the track, just absolutely sent that Ultimax tabletop over there right before the spillway.
In fact, I think he may have stretched out that lead well over 7 seconds now.
Yeah, 7.2 second lead over Tremblay.
Yeah, just one turn, one jump, one turn, and he is sailing that Polaris Razor right now. TJ going to make the turn, aimed at the finish line, taking the win in round number 1.
Nice right there. TJ Sewers with an incredible pace through this race. Takes your win. RJ Tremblay is going to come around and get that second position right now. Congrats to my man RJ right there.
9 seconds back. So TJ picked up 2 seconds on that last lap.
Caraway looking like it's going to be in 3rd. We still got some cars finishing up out here on the track. What a race. Youth 1K. I'm extremely impressed with Sewers. Oh, this was, I just want to bring this up. That lap time that Sewers put in right there was incredibly fast for a Youth 1K driver.
Yeah.
In a 142. Yeah. I mean, he's not far off some expert stuff.
It's getting hard to talk at the moment for both of us.
Trying to see who that driver is right there. Looks like the 16 of Everhart that just limped through that MRT finish line right there.
Yeah,
there you see the flagger stepping out. So let's see who that was right there.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Caden Everhart crossed the line in 5th.
Yeah.
Right
looks
behind
like Everhart right
Arnold.
there. That looks like Everhart, the 16. Yep, that's
Allie
it.
Bubler. Dylan Jacobson just crossed. Damian My lips are froze. Damian Shamblin, 9th. And then not able to finish the race was Riley Jones and
So
Ryder
there
Van
we
Beekem.
see the unofficial results right there. TJ Sewers, RJ Tremblay, Carter Caraway, Ty Lukemeyer, Caden Everhart, Quentin Arnold, Allie Hubler, Dylan Jacobson, Damian Shamblin, Riley Jones, and Ryder Van Beekem. Heck of a race right there at Youth 1K. Well, it sounds like we have Pam with TJ Sewers.
All right, we are here at the finish line with TJ Sewers. Great race out there. How do you feel right now?
I feel really great coming back from the amateur race, getting second, and now winning in the youth race. I'm pretty stoked about it.
So the track conditions from this morning to now changed up just a little bit, but you obviously, it was in your favor.
Yeah, it definitely was. These tires are really good for this track condition, and me personally, I like a dry track than a wet track, but other than that, it was really fun racing this.
Well, you obviously showed your driving skills out there just now. How long have you been racing?
So this would be my 9th year racing. I've been racing since I was 5.
Wow, that's awesome. Well, you're showing your driving skills out here at Mid-America for round 1. Are you ready for the rest of the season?
Yes, I am.
Who do you have to thank for getting you out here at the track this weekend?
So I'd like to thank my parents for helping me with my car and helping me get to this race. I would also like to thank Polaris Razor for building this amazing car, and I would like to thank Rob Muzzy, Orlando Auto Body, Pinnacle Off-Road, and MRT, Muscle Race Wheels, and Orlando Auto Body.
Well, TJ, great job out there. We'll see you later on at the shop for our podium finishes. You guys, amazing race day out here so far. And let's take it back up to the booth to Matt and Scott.
And we're back, man. What a great interview right there, TJ Sewers. Eufaula, Oklahoma. Man, local.
He's getting it down, yeah.
He literally was on rails out there just then. So that was an incredible race right there.
I was looking at the lap times. He had the fastest lap was his, obviously, the 141.2. Nobody's even close. RJ Tremblay had a 143.2.
RJ Tremblay, he looked really good out there too. He was driving the heck out of that car. Carter Caraway put in a great race. It's good to have the Caraways back out here racing with us again this year. So Todd Lukemeyer in the 4th spot. There's Caden Everhart in 5th. Quentin Arnold in the 6th position. Allie Hubler in the 7th. Dylan Jacobson in 8th. Damon Shamlin, Riley Jones, and Ryder Van Beekem. So that was the results from the last race. And now we are getting ready for Youth 800cc. I'm pretty pumped on this one. You know why?
Yeah, that strange orange, was it orange?
Yeah, that's an orange car, sun-kissed color. Yeah. Yep. So I see TW getting in. This is even cooler. I want to point this out. I do believe this is the first time that we have had, other than the Youth 1K that just went, Youth 800cc. We're letting these youth riders now do these rolling starts also. So
that's going to be interesting.
Right?
Yeah, we talked about that earlier, that the pros have done it once or twice, and maybe even prior to this at other different race series where they do the rolling starts.
Yep.
These kids in these classes, like from the 170s up, haven't. They haven't. Never done this.
You
so
know,
this is going to be interesting.
We're talking about Code. You know, Code raced, he was mainly in 170s. Now he's jumped into this class. And so this will be the first time, I'm pretty sure, for Code to do a roll and start right here. And he's sitting on top of the pole right there. So there's Code St. Peter, Case Beeman, the 3C, Kennedy Singleton, 71, the 186 of Allison Fernale, 538 Briley Lutz, 26 of Sam Hubler, 75 of Michael Green, the 865 of Kennedy Hartzell, and the 06 of Tillman Ewing. So right now we are getting ready to go. TW will lead them around. This is Youth 800cc. I'm excited for this one.
I'm just thinking like a kid right now. Okay?
You are?
I'm thinking like a kid. They did a different kind of, they cut the course to get ready for take the green flag. It's a different course direction than the actual race they're going to be doing. How many kids, I'm one of them, is going to be confused?
Well, that's where the good thing comes in with the spotter, right? So the spotter will be reminding them as they're coming up to stay on the gas. The other thing they'll do is I'm pretty sure not one single one of those kids is going to lift and make a turn that someone else does. I bet they follow each other.
Oh, there is that. The Pied Piper effect.
Yeah, for sure. And I can tell you right now, we're going to watch them as they come around. We're going to get to see this lead group right here is going to set the pace. And I can only tell you, Code St. Peter and Case Beeman are fast.
Well,
there you see the 71 of Kennedy Singleton, too. This is going to be a race right here.
He's in the second to last row, so that's going to be fun to watch him actually work his way through the field instead of starting on the pole position like he's accustomed to. Okay, see, that's...
Yep, there they go, green flag. And that looks like a great jump right there. Singleton's going to try to get the jump on the inside.
Was that just a slower car that started on the pole that just didn't
No,
take
that's
the green?
Code St. Peter. Code St. Peter was on the pole. There was 3C of Beeman in the second position and Kennedy Singleton in the third. They're still coming out of the corner about the same right there. Let's see as they come down the hill. It looks like Code St. Peter in the lead. There's Kennedy Singleton running in second place. Beautiful pink and teal colored car. And there is the 3C of Case Beeman running in that third position. Looking good, but no surprise out front. Code St. Peter showing us how to get it done. The St. Peter Racing crew out here.
So they're running the full
course. Got this car dialed. Yeah, they're running the full course in this one. Four laps of action right now out here, Scott, for this Youth 800cc and under main event. And as we're going to come around, I want to see what these times look like between Code and Kennedy Singleton and Case Beeman. These three are still pretty much bunched up, but I can see up there in the front and the back section of the track right now, Code's pulling away, and so Kennedy is trying to hang on to the back end of Code's car. They're not far off each other, but Code is definitely making some ground right there.
No, is this a brand new car
right
or
there.
is this a
brand new car? So this is a new
car.
class for Code. Everything about this is new for him. And it looks like he's having no problems at all getting acclimated to that car. They've had a little bit of time to test it. They've been working with him on it. They also were out racing in the Mint 400 just recently. Tom St. Peter's dad was doing absolutely incredible. I believe he was running fourth in the Mint before he had some issues, but Tom's an incredible racer himself, so no surprise that my man Code would be really good also. And I'm really, really happy to see Kennedy Singleton running that second position. He's got that Team 360 car looking absolutely great. And she looks super smooth right now going through that MRT finish line. There you see him going back around, passing the starting line, and going back up the hill by the Barbie Jeep downhill section.
Briley Lutz moved up into that third spot. Allison Furnell fourth. Case Beeman fell back to the fifth spot. So
yeah, Case may be having some problems with his car, not sure right there. But look, there's Kennedy Singleton. You can see, up on two wheels right there, the Team 360 car. What a shot right there from our drone. Heading on over, going to catch up with Code St. Peter as he makes his way into the rhythm section straightaway, headed down the backside of the track. Code St. Peter out there raking in the frequent flyer miles right now, hitting all those tabletops going through the back section.
Now, how limited are these 800 cars, 800 cc's? They put a limitation on them? Are they able to play with the motor at all? That is something that
Youth 800cc class. All these rules, everything that we're talking about, if you have any questions on any of these rules.
I didn't mean to like.
Yeah. Yeah, you can go to Jason Robinette or any of the USAC team
Leo
or anybody else. They will help you out, and they'll get you laced up on all the rules. So you show up here prepared and ready, no surprises. But, yeah, you can tell these Youth 800cc cars right here are dialed in. They are absolutely doing a great job right now. No changes. Code St. Peter still out front. Kennedy Singleton and Briley Lutz, your 1, 2, and 3 on there. And it looks like Allison Furnell is trying to make her way up there and get in and mix it up a little bit with Briley Lutz. See if she can take that third position away. The gap's definitely tightening up right there, as you can see on camera.
I want to say this is a white flag lap right here.
I think we still got a couple more to go on this one. It looks like we should have two more to go on this one.
Yep, I'm sorry. Looked at the wrong number.
What a great shot from the spectator area right there. That's where all the fans are hanging out today. Mid-America making it just amazing for everybody. You can go down there and hang out. They've got a little refreshment stand there. So if you're looking to get something to drink, something to snack on, they got it covered. So come out and hang out with us. There's not much that we haven't thought about, I promise. And if you think of something we haven't thought about, please let us know. That way we can do it.
Yeah, Code is pretty much pulled out. He's going to be at the far end of that back straightaway before second place even gets in sight. Back down there.
Yeah, Code's looking nice and smooth right here. He is on the gas. That's actually looks like the 538.
Yep, Briley.
That's Briley Lutz right there we're riding on board with. So Code St. Peter. There you see Kennedy Singleton's car just out in front making the corner. Coach should be making his way down the hill on the other side. We might see him here in just a second. What a morning of racing so far. We're about halfway through this thing. We still got some big time action coming up later. Big time action coming up.
Well, here's the deal. Did you notice that specifically in the pro classes, there are a couple of guys out there and gals. I know of 1 or 2 gals who are doing this that were like, they pull out from the starting gates and stop, or almost come to a complete stop and just idle around for a turn or two, letting everybody get way down the race course.
Yeah.
And then they had that big gap in front of them so they could just hard charge for 1 or 2 good speed laps. You're not going to see that this afternoon, not from this point on.
White flag is coming out this lap around for Code St. Peter. Code looking nice and smooth. Yeah, you're right, Scott. This is a main event, so there is no the strategy in the main event is to be on the podium.
Checker flag, that's it.
Yeah, you want to get to the checker flag first, and you want to take that win, start the season out with a bang, set the tempo. Code is absolutely on the gas. 13-second lead right now for Code over Kennedy Singleton. And let me tell you, Kennedy Singleton is not a slouch at all behind the wheel. She's putting in a great drive right now out on the track. Code St. Peter he has all the cheat codes, man. He knows what to do. I'm telling you, man. Try to play this kid at Mortal Kombat. He finishes me every time.
Well, you don't go iRacing with him or against him?
Do what?
You don't iRace against him?
Man, I'm not iRacing Code St. Peter ever. Ever. He's too. I'm not racing him on foot, Scott. I'll race his dad though.
How old is your son?
4.
4. You got to be pretty darn fast to chase him around the yard, which I've seen video of you doing. Wait, where was it?
I live in Texas.
Was it at a shopping mall?
Yeah, I've done that
Was it
before.
a mall?
But I live in Texas. You know, we have a lot of cowboys in Texas. We have rodeos up here at Mid-America also. If you haven't been to one, you should definitely come out here and hang out. But in Texas, I learned to work a lasso. So when he gets out of line, I just rope him real good and drag him back to the car and we go home. No, I'm just kidding.
So you're not a member of a woke house, huh?
But there you see Code St. Peter clicking off laps, looking nice and smooth. I can even see the flake in that orange when he comes by right here going over the race line, tabletop right in front of the fan zone. Look at that. Flaked out, ready to take the win, the 6-3. Well, actually, I think he's got 1 lap remaining. I think this is white flag right here. No, that'd have been checkered.
Yep.
So there it is, Code St. Peter taking the win, getting his streak started for 23. Let's see what he's going to do this year. I'm excited for this one. And here comes Kennedy Singleton, the Team 360 driver, looking sharp, that 2nd place. And we got a 3rd and a 4th spot battle right here, all the way to the checkers. Who's it going to be?
Tell you, Kennedy
looks
was on
like
it.
Riley Lutz and Allison Furnell. They'll be 3rd and 4th right here. And let's see if we get that red car coming around. That's going to be. Let's see if there's a change.
Code St. Peter's lap time on the last lap was a little bit slower than this 3rd lap. But Kennedy, her fastest lap was the last lap of the race, so she was on all the way to the end.
Big change there. So Furnell gets the 4th spot. Hubler makes a jump, gets into that 5th spot. Case Beeman goes back to 6th. Tillman Ewing in the 7th spot. There's Green in 8th.
And we have
Kennedy Hartzell rounding out your field with a 9th there. So great race for your 800cc and under. Code St. Peter showing us how to get it done. This kid is absolutely on a roll already again for the 23 season.
The last 2 classes he was in the last year, he made every race he was in look so easy. So easy.
He absolutely does. And he's the most cool, calm, and collected kid.
Yeah.
He's just here hanging out, having a good time. But when you strap him into his car, he's just a big old winning machine, you know? So coming up here in just a few minutes, there we are. You see us? We have there. Look, there's us right there. We're standing on the back porch right here. This is the media trailer. Let's see where they are, waving at everybody. Yeah, not sure where they are, but good times out there. These drone guys, we got to give it up for our drone guys. Once again, we talk about this. You know, a little over 2 miles, 2.2 miles on this track out here. Without them and what they're able to accomplish with these drones, you know, the people at home wouldn't get the viewing capabilities that they have. So hats off to the drone team, our production team. They are absolutely bringing the heat today.
We want to
sure.
welcome to the family the guy back in the production truck that's been talking in our ears all
Yeah,
day
this guy that he
What's
keeps
his name?
whispering sweet nothings to me. Is that what you're talking about?
Really? You're getting that? And I'm
He's
not.
saying mean things to you, nice things to me.
Really?
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh.
No, big shout out to Speed Sport. Speed Sport is
Jared
doing a
been
great
awesome to
job.
work
Jared,
with,
everybody here. Yeah, we've had a great day so far, and we're going to keep it going for you. Next up, Women's NA. So we're going to get Women's NA, and I believe Women's NA will go back to an actual on-the-gate start.
Less than 8.
Less than 8 on the gate. Ooh. Real quick, before we bring all this racing back to you out here, we are going to send it to commercial really fast and a word from our sponsors.
No matter what, it's never an easy event, and it never will be, and that's what makes King of the Hammers King of the Hammers. Tire choice is everything. I mean, to have a tire that's reliable and consistent and drives well out in the desert, but yet when we get to these crazy rock sections, still has grip and performs, and we can hit these sharp, jagged edge rocks and not have a problem, is what we need. And the Rockzilla is definitely our second to none when it comes to the UTV tires. And it just speaks traction. It's got big lugs hanging off the side. It's got big lugs down the side of the sidewall of the tire. If you're gonna look for something that makes traction and is gonna grip in rocks and dirt and everything, you look at a Rockzilla and go, man, that thing looks like it's gonna do the job right there.
Well, it sounds like we have Pam Hall down there with our winner, my man Code St. Peter. Let's send it down to Pam and see what Code has to say.
Top spot in the main event today.
Awesome. The track is so fun and so smooth. I love it.
Well, the track, let's talk about the track for a minute. You said it was an amazing track. Tell us what you thought.
I like the jumps a lot. It's really fun.
Well, who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
My mom and dad in Rec, Car One Fabrication, Anti-Gravity Batteries, Maxxis Tires, St. Peter Metalworks, Velocity Vehicles.
Well, Code St. Peter, great job out there today. And we're going to go right back up to the booth to get our next race started. So, Matt, back to you.
There it is, my man Code St. Peter, Whitney, Texas boy. I got some family that lives down there near him, but making them proud down there at Whitney. Code is
Here's the funny part. Code just did what he did last year how many times? Drove right past the podium. Then did have to do a U-turn, come back.
He's all business, you know? He's all business. He's like, I did my job. I'm going to put my car up now, and I'm having fun.
Well, he ran back-to-back classes last year.
Yeah, he did.
So he just had to haul tail to the other one. I think he's got out of habit thinking the same thing. He had to haul tail back to his other car to get ready for the next race, which he...
That's exactly right. So we are about to get the starting grid up on the screen for the women's class. I'm excited for this one. We're bringing it back to the ladies out here. There it is. Josie Watkins, Camber Kirchmeyer, Leslie Yoshimoto, Alyssa Graham, Brooklyn Singleton, Crystal Rowden, Missy Barrett, and Annie Chance. And here they go right now on the track. So we are getting to the action right now.
Whoa, 3 wide contact.
3 wide coming through the corner, coming down the hill right there.
I'm not sure who was in second, but they went from 4th to 2nd just in one turn. It's one of your 360s.
Yeah, land rush start for this one. That is going to be a little bit different. You might see the difference once again. We go back to that.
That was Brooklyn Singleton.
8 or less were on the gate. And that's what it was right there. So Watkins, Brooklyn Singleton, and Kirchmeyer, 1, 2, 3 right now.
Brooklyn's off the track.
Brooklyn Singleton is off the track. We'll have to see what happened there.
I bet you she broke an axle when she hopped the tires at the top of the hill. If you're right at the start,
yep.
She was in 4th, tried the inside line, hopped the back tire of the car in front of her, and probably snapped the right front axle, I'm going to guess.
John will get down there and get that sorted out and figure out what's going on. But once again, back out front, Watkins showing us how to get this job done today. Main event. Josie's looked absolutely incredible today behind the wheel and continuing it on right now, trying to get this main event win in round number 1 of your women's NA class. Still got 4 laps remaining, so Watkins, Singleton, I believe, is out. So that puts Kirchmeyer up in that 2nd position, Yoshimoto in 3rd. We'll have Graham in 4th, Loudon in 5th, Barrett.
Watkins has got some laps under her belt already today.
Yeah, a lot of these drivers are coming out and they'll race, multiple classes or things like that. You said it earlier, the ladies will come out and race in the men's classes. They ain't worried about these men. They're going to get out there and show them how to get it done.
Know.
There, you see the 237 just charging, absolutely charging up the hill through that MRT finish line.
Right across the race line wheels jump. I can't believe that Josie did not go end over end because she just came down so nose, just about land sharked it right into the ground.
There you see Josie getting a little wide through that corner there at the bottom. Keeping it clean though. Throwing it into the corner here, going to hit that long straightaway rhythm section. As the day has gone on, the track really hasn't deteriorated a whole lot. It's stayed in really good shape.
It's holding up.
So the drivers are able to find some consistent lines that they can run, each race. And Josie Watkins has got all the lines right now, looking nice and smooth.
Now she's the only driver to break that 139 second mark.
Yeah, 139.9. So that's the fastest car on the track right now. Josie Watkins, a 237. It's always interesting while we're sitting here. We can definitely hear their spotters on top of the trailer talking to them. And, it's cool to hear what they're saying to them and how they're coaching them through all this. The spotters play a crucial part of this stuff. And we got to give it out to some of our park sponsors, the people that support the program. Rugged Radio's out here doing their thing, offering some really, really cool contingency programs. So big shout out to them and Rugged Radios and all the spotters out here doing work. There you see big send all the way to the front wheels right there over the finish line. The 237 of Watkins, full send right there.
Oh, I don't know how there's not a pucker factor with that.
Oh, there definitely is. Definitely is. Maybe not for Josie, but for everybody watching there was.
I know for me, because she did the same exact thing in the last lap, which I was talking about.
Women's NA, 2 laps remaining. Josie Watkins leading the charge. Kirchmeyer still in 2nd. Yoshimoto in 3rd. Look at this. We're going to go back to an instant replay right here. Check this overshoot out right here. Josie goes all the way to the bottom, front end heavy. So that was impressive. I'm not going to say it's not the way you want to do it, but maybe just a little bit shorter there.
Okay, what would you do if that was a motocross bike? What would you be doing right about there?
Oh, you'd hear just panic revving to the city. I'd be trying to get that back wheel down. Yeah, we'd be pinned.
Yeah, to go back to what you talked about the track, how it's held up, it's outstanding. I mean, there's so many things that need to be done to this track to get it to where we're going to be doing future events on it and different kinds of things. I don't know, outside of the rocks, maybe here and there, what more you could do to improve it. I just don't know.
Yeah, the track crew has just done a great job getting prepped and ready for round 1. It's been a great day of racing out here so far. We still got a lot of action left. We are right now in our women's NA class. And then coming up next, we're going to jump into some of those youth classes. Youth limited 9 to 12. Then we got youth limited 6 to 8. And then youth stock.
Hey, our girlfriend on Josie, she didn't exactly over-jump this time.
Kind of pulled it back a little bit, yeah.
She reeled her in.
I guess the spotter, there's the white flag you see coming out right now for Josie Watkins. So one more lap. Watkins can keep doing what she's doing. This is her race to win right here in the Women's NA main event. Round number 1 of the 2023 MAO Short Course Series. Yeah, Josie right now just absolutely clicking off laps, 11 seconds ahead with an incredible fast lap time of 143.342. So, and she stayed really consistent. Her last lap, her fast lap is a 143.342, and her last lap is a 143.677.
Consistency.
So consistency is key. Josie's found the lines. She's feeling good with that car.
This is actually a race for the last podium spot right here.
This is right here. So that would be a race between Leslie Yoshimoto and Alyssa Graham in that 3rd and 4th position. We can hear the spotters up here last lap. Bring it in. Pretty cool to hear. And right now we are watching all the action. Thank you guys so much if you're at home and you're tuned in watching. Don't go anywhere this afternoon. We still got some big action coming up. Pro NA, Pro Turbo, our feature races of the day. Those are coming up just a little bit later. And they will be exciting to watch. The heat races for today were definitely no shortage of excitement in those. So we're pumped to see what they can come out here and do in this main event coming up just shortly. But right now, Josie Watkins.
Yeah, she's definitely toned down the
got all the action right there. Look at that. Coming around, checkered flag is out. Josie Watkins taking the win. I mean, that is a big win
Her
right
fastest
there.
lap of the race was on lap number 4.
143.077. So nice driving from Josie Watkins right there. Absolutely incredible. And there you see Kirchmeier, yep.
17 seconds back in
Yoshimoto cruising through.
So that's our podium right there. Watkins, Kirchmeier, and Yoshimoto.
That's exactly right. You'll have Graham coming through the finish line.
Yep, Melissa Graham, Brooklyn Singleton.
What a race. So there's our unofficial women's NA results right there. Josie Watkins, Camber Kirchmeier, Leslie Yoshimoto, your top 3. Alyssa Graham in the 4th spot. Brooklyn Singleton in 5th. Crystal Rowden in 6th. Missy Barrett in 7th. And Annie Chance rounding out your field with that 8th position. Well, here we come. We're getting ready. Wait a minute. You know what? I think we got Pam Hall with Miss Josie Watkins right now.
I am here with Josie Watkins, Mid-America Ambassador. You won your heat race this morning. You just won your main event. How do you feel right now?
I mean, I feel like I'm pretty good. It's pretty exciting going 1-1 for the weekend. I get to bring home a nice trophy.
Yes, everything is unofficial right now, but as soon as it's made official, it'll be great. But are you ready to celebrate tonight?
I am ready to celebrate.
So how do you feel about that race? Battles going on out there, track conditions different?
I feel like the track was honestly pretty good for this race. Their track wasn't too wet or anything, and I felt like the lines that I take are pretty good and they weren't too wet.
Well, you definitely showed your driving skills out there. Who do you want to thank for getting you up here today?
I definitely want to thank my coach, Travis Pointer, and his business Crash Addicts for making a solid cage design. OMF Wheels, Hoosier Tires, couldn't do it without them. They gave me the best traction out there. Extreme Machine and Fabrication, DFS, Jody Hickman, obviously. My mom and my dad for putting so much time and effort into my racing program and investing into me in such a young age. My sister, I don't know. Go Fast Girls, ZR Zollinger Racing Products. I think that's it. I don't remember. I have a bunch of people.
Awesome. Well, you did an amazing job out there today. Congratulations. We'll see you later on at the shop.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, let's give it up for Josie Watkins. We are going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back right after this.
Once again, welcome back, everybody. This is round one of the 2023 MAO Side-by-Side Short Course Championship Series. We are about halfway through, a little bit better than halfway through today's racing, as we are right in the middle of main events. Here's our lineup real quick of our first true youth, 9 to 12-year-old racers. We got Tucker Burrs out there in a Heisen in the 44, the number 8 of Slade Dowden, the 158 of the Declan Shields. Camden Ledbetter's out there in the 356. Avery Sides in the 56. Maggie Flores in the 47Y. Case Beeman in the 3C along with Stefano Calagru in the 85. Addison Calagru's out there in the 185 along with Carson Hill in the 126. Emily Fowler in the 723 along with Anson Caraway in the 18. Mia Cotto in the 91. And Kennedy Singleton is out there once again in the 71. And just like that, the green flag is out. We're underway. Once again, this is the Youth Limited 9 to 12-year-olds.
And they are on the gas. Looks like Burza leading the way. This is going to be a good one. We saw Dowden earlier in this race. Was absolutely flying. Whoa, we got a little spin out there in the corner.
Two of them, actually. Actually, they're both nosed right into that blue concrete barrier. One's able to back up and get back underway.
So Burza, Dowden, and Shields. This 1, 2, 3 is going to be a good battle right here. So far, they're still stacked up pretty close. We're going to see if we can see. It looks like we're going to have a battle for second and third right here pretty quick between Dowden and Shields. Youth Limited 9 to 12-year-olds. Main event.
I'm telling you, man, these
Check out this replay we got coming up. Coming right around here. Two cars get together. They clip that barrier. It looks like two got together and one took it head on. And that looks like the 18, one of the Caraway cars. Might have got in the middle of it too.
Is it the 3C it looked like? 3? Yeah, Case Beeman is one that hit the very end of that concrete barrier head on, straight on.
Yeah, Case definitely took the brunt of that, and then a couple other drivers got mixed up in it just a little bit there, but no change out front. Looks like Dowden's running away with it right now out front. Declan Shields and Burrs are going to battle out for second and third, just like we suspected right there.
There's a car over on its side right before the race line wheels jump.
There you see on board with the drone, you can see they're taking that left and cutting a little bit of the long section on the back out of the track for these 170 limited 9 to 12-year-olds. On board with Declan Shields and Tucker Burza. There you see Tucker's trying to find that line on the outside edge of the track where he can get around Declan. Declan's going to have the line to the inside going up over and through the Ultimax spillway section there.
So our top 5 right now is Mia Cotto, has just about ready to complete lap number 2. Mia's running that top 5. Avery Sides in that 4 spot. Tucker Burza 3rd. Declan Shields in 2nd. And Slade Dowden running up front, just about ready to complete lap number 2.
That's right. Mia Cotto, one of the absolutely most awesome 170 race cars out here. Every time I see that car, I just kind of want to go make an offer to buy it. But, you know, I think that Mia Cotto really, really likes that car. It looks really good right now on the track. She's got a great race going on. Our top 5 absolutely charging right now on the track. This is your Youth Limited 9 to 12. Dowden leading the charge. Shields and Burza 1, 2, and 3 right there. And you got Sides and Cotto. Flores running in 6th, Calagru in 7th, Calagru in 8th.
Did you know that her cars all got reflective wrap on?
Yeah, that's a new trend this year. I've seen a lot of cars out here with this reflective vinyl, this super cool looking stuff. It's 2023, you know, I mean, we got to evolve, you know. So, Scott, I wish I could tell you what just happened to me a minute ago. I stepped out for a minute to go to the bathroom, and when I tried to come out of the bathroom, I couldn't open the door. Some really nice person that's parked right next to us in a Jeep decided to just pull up and block me in.
Was it a gray Jeep?
Yeah, it was a gray one.
Couple of guys in it?
It's got a 4-cylinder in it.
Really, one of those Jeeps? One of those Jeeps?
Trip. Yeah, it was one of the Trips. Yeah. Tripp got me. Tripp, Joey, Elise, yeah, y'all are good. There's that white flag coming out right now. Dowden leading the way. Slade Dowden. Declan Shields in second. And Tucker Burza running that third spot. Youth limited 9 to 12-year-olds, the future of our sport, ladies and gentlemen. If you're at home watching, these kids are not scared to go fast, jump big jumps, and they like playing in the dirt.
Did they have the heater on in that Jeep?
I didn't get to get in the Jeep, but I can definitely tell you there's no wind in the porta potty.
Hey, as long as it works. Well, we're on the last lap.
Yep, final lap right here.
Still Slade.
So look at these lap times. So Dowden with a 125.3. Shields with a 125.47, I believe, 4.6.
And Burza, wow, 124.7.
Burza with the hot lap, right?
Yeah.
124.7, that's going to be pretty close. Looks like Slade Dowden still got the fastest lap with a 124.5, but what a great lap right there for Burza. Burza trying to make up some ground on this last lap. We'll see as they come around right here. This should be getting close to taking the checkered flag right here as they come around across that race line tabletop right here in front of the fan zone.
So this should be coming around. Final turn, is that? Yeah, Slade Dowden is taking the win. Tucker Burza second. Declan Shields third. That's our podium.
Avery Sides, Miyakato.
There's that car you want to buy.
That's right.
That.
It's just this really beautiful red color. I like it a lot. Very well put together car.
Yeah. Just the right size for a...
Well, I was really thinking about adult 170 races. That's where my mind is. So great race, youth limited 9 to 12. Dowden, Burza, and Shields, your 1, 2, and 3 on the podium. After this race, we're going to dive straight into youth limited 6 to 8. So we're going even younger, 6 to 8-year-olds. 4 laps. That'll be coming up here in just a few moments. They're going to get them all lined up down there. We still got some few racers that are out on the track, I believe. Results, unofficial results are on the screen right now. Slade Dowden, Tucker Burza, Declan Shields, 1, 2, and 3. 4th spot, Avery Sides. 5th, Miyakato. 6th, Maggie Flores. 7th, Carson Hill. 8th, Addison Calagrew. 9, Anson Caraway. 10, Emily Fowler. 11th spot, Camden Ledbetter. 12th, Stefano Calagrew. 13, Case Beeman. 14, Kennedy Singleton. And now we've got Pam Hall with an interview.
I am here with Slade Dowden. He had another amazing day today out here at round 1 for the side-by-side championship series. Slade, you finished first this morning in your heat race and now first main event. How do you feel right now?
I feel great. It was fun. I just love being out here. Happy to win. Love playing with my friends.
So, did you have fun on the new track out here?
Yes, ma'am.
Who do you want to thank for getting you up here today?
My mom, my dad, all my sponsors, and Jesus Christ.
Well, congratulations, Slade. It's going to be a fun year for you already, starting it off in that number 1. But we're going to go back to the booth here, back to Matt and Scott.
Thanks, Pam. We're back, Scott. You ready for this?
Yeah.
That was a great interview.
Yeah.
Straight out of Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Yeah.
Man, he showed us how to get it done right there. That was pretty. That was a pretty impressive run right there for Dowd.